Welcome, California. Welcome, listening public. Welcome, fellow community members, both near and far. It is 3 p.m., Friday, November 19th, 2021, and I call this California Citizens Redistricting Commission Public Map Input Session to order. I hope everyone is well, looking forward to the weekend and perhaps some relaxation, but also excited about redistricting and our path towards final maps. My name is Derek Taylor, and I'm the rotating chair for this cycle of meetings. And along with Vice Chair Pedro Toledo, we will be helping to facilitate today's session. We are offering today language lines for Spanish language speakers to listen to the meeting in their native language. Could I please have the Spanish interpreter provide our language line number where the public can listen to today's meeting in Spanish?
Yes, Chair, this is Margarita, Spanish interpreter. I will do a reading of the language line instructions. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Para los hispanohablantes que deseen escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor llamen al 888-566-1377 para escuchar esta reunión en español e ingresen el número de identificación 389-1010. De nuevo, el número de teléfono es el 888-566-1377. Y por favor ingresen el número de identificación 389-1010 para escuchar en español. Si usted desea dar comentario o aportes públicos, el número de teléfono que debe llamar es el 877-853-5247. De nuevo, el número de teléfono que debe de llamar para poder dar sus aportes es 877-853-5247. Usted va a necesitar ingresar 819-3562-1319. Usted va a necesitar llamar este número nuevo de teléfono para poder dar sus aportes públicos. Si usted va a necesitar la ayuda de un intérprete, se le proveerá uno para que pueda dar su comentario al llamar a este número de teléfono. Si usted está llamando para hablar, por favor no vaya a colgar, sino perderá su lugar en la fila. Gracias. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you. Ravi, can we go to the roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here. It's okay.
Commissioner Anderson.
I just have to
Here.
say here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Forashari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
I am present, and I think we have some little ones that are present as well. So we thank you everyone for being here. A little background on the commission before we begin. Every 10 years after the federal government publishes updated census information, California must redraw the boundaries of its congressional, state senate, state assembly, and state board of equalization districts so that the districts correctly reflect the state's population. The 14-member commission is made up of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 4 not affiliated with either of those 2 parties. The commission must draw the district lines in conformity with strict, nonpartisan rules designed to create districts of relatively equal population that will provide fair representation for all Californians. More information can be found at www.redrawthelinesca.org. www.untitled.org. In the overview of the next few meetings, today, November 19th from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m., we're having feedback regarding the draft Senate district maps. Tomorrow, Saturday, November 20th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., during the first session, we are receiving input regarding the Board of Equalization. For sessions 2 on that day, on Saturday, we are receiving feedback for any districts. On both Monday and Tuesday, November 22nd and 23rd, from 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., we are receiving feedback on any district. So we encourage everyone to participate in those meetings. The draft map input sessions are an opportunity for the public to provide feedback on the draft maps that were released on November 10th, 2021. Participating in those meetings is not the only way to submit input on the draft maps to the Commission. We encourage you to please use our draft map feedback form, which provides real-time input to the Commission. The link is available on the live stream landing page and on our website, www.wedrawthelinesca.org. Also, the statewide database has created Draw My CA Districts, an online tool for creating district maps, and Draw My CA, a free-to-use plugin for the open source GIS platform, QGIS, where you can submit maps to the Commission. You can see more information at drawmycalifornia.org. A few housekeeping rules. The Commission will be enforcing a 2.5-minute time limit for appointments and will provide a warning at 30 and 15 seconds remaining. When you start your input, please identify which district plan and region you will be providing input for so the mappers can bring up the map. We will open the lines at the end of the day when we reach our public comment session. The number to provide public comment is listed on the live stream landing page. For your reference, also listed below in the tables, should you want, I'm sorry. All right. It is my hope that during these meetings that we are thoughtful, considerate, and consider all of Californians in our deliberations. Katie, it's now in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Draft Map feedback session. If you have not done so already, and if your unique ID ends in 001 through 037, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. You will be identified by your assigned unique ID number, which you received with your invite for this session. When it is your turn to speak, I will promote you to have the ability to enable your own audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. Public input time limit is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds remaining and 15 seconds remaining in your speaking time. There will also be an active timer on the screen for your convenience. When you start your input, please identify which district map and region you will be providing input on. And one more time, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the public comment queue line indicating you are present and ready to comment if your unique ID ends in 001 through 037. And we will be starting off this afternoon with unique ID 009. And then up next after that will be 005. 009, I will be promoting you now. .009, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Katie. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to be referencing SD ECA draft. Okay, thank you very much. My name's Chris Bubser, and I am going to be talking about the Senate district that encompasses our part of the Sierra Nevada. I'm a resident of Mammoth Lakes in Mono County in the Eastern Sierra, and citizens across the Sierra Nevada have attended multiple meetings where we've given oral comments. We've also given quite a few written comments about why we needed a Sierra district. The visualization from 1107 that includes the Eastern Sierra Nevada doesn't even begin to address the Sierra Nevada. It's actually called VSD San Joaquin Stani. So it crosses the Sierra for one reason only, is what we learned when we looked back at the meeting where the maps were drawn. It was to grab population. That means it breaks two rules. It breaks the rule of contiguity, and it also breaks the rules of community of interest, and it may also break others. The 1102 visualization was much more like a Sierra district, and we're wondering why that dramatic shift occurred. So, as our community has said repeatedly, the only reasonable community of interest for Inyo, Mono, and Alpine County is with the rest of the Sierra Nevada heading north. This very point was made by at least one of the commissioners in the meeting of November 10th, when you were discussing the congressional districts. At that time, as you were reviewing maps, the importance of keeping a Sierra community of interest together was made. So that was about this today is about the Senate, as I know, but the point holds. The community of interest runs along the Sierra crest, and to move westward just to pick up population dilutes the importance of our community and essential needs. As we've mentioned in the past, if you have to go west, the place to do that would be in Placer County around Roseville, because there's concentrated population, but they still are a community that's very attached to the rest of the Sierra. So like the Congressional Assembly districts, this district now breaks the rule of contiguity. Once again, the Sierra Nevada community is pleading that you allow us to have a representative that will keep our community intact. We know it's possible. It's existed in different visualizations throughout the day. One last question is, why is it so essential to make the Sacramento or Central Valley have a certain limit to the number of districts in population? The splits are going to have to occur in population centers, and to just randomly divide, rural and wilderness areas isn't fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have a 005, and up next after that will be 028. 005, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and what region you'd like to address. The floor is yours.
Yes, Event SFV. I'm Ann O'Connor, and I'm the team leader of POSO, part of Sherman Oaks and Northern Sherman Oaks, and we are a community of 6,900 residents who won our renaming to Sherman Oaks in 2009. On behalf of POSO, I'd like to thank you for a beautiful state Senate map. It keeps us whole with Sherman Oaks, which is a goal that we've had. The use of the straight line from the 405 freeway east along Oxnard to Hazeltine keeps POSO's borders intact, and it has no carve-outs and therefore no loss of residents or businesses. We implore the commission to use this map as an excellent example in modifying the north border of our congressional and assembly maps to look just like this state Senate map. We are very perplexed about the congressional and assembly maps, which have a strange carve-out on our north border, which excludes 200 homes near Oxnard and Vesper. There is another omission of our entire northern street Tiara, which excludes another 400 homes, totaling about 2,000 people, and gives them back to the city of Van Nuys. Van Nuys has a positive deviation more than Sherman Oaks in their congressional map, and very close deviation in their assembly map. There is room to make this happen. Please return our residents to Sherman Oaks. Additionally, the congressional and assembly maps arbitrarily take POSO businesses along Sepulveda Boulevard and give them to the Van Nuys congressmen and assemblymen. Van Nuys does not need to steal our assets. They have the Van Nuys Airport and a ton of businesses of their own. Our Poso businesses are a big part of our COI. We can walk to all of them: Target, Hampton Inn Hotel, Bevmo, Petco, FedEx, medical building, 8-story office building, cafes, a market, gas station, a car repair. Poso has significant economic impact on these businesses along Sepulveda, and our kids are hired at these businesses and can walk to work. They are members of the Sherman Oaks Chamber of Commerce.
30
Please
seconds.
return our assets to Sherman Oaks. Commissioner Lamons, since you represent the Valley, we are hoping that you will advocate for us and restore our business assets as well as the 2,000 residents. The north sides of both Califfa and Tiara are included
15
in our
seconds.
council file, and because we know that this can be confusing, but is why we are recommending the long-held precedent of using a straight line down Oxnard like you did in the state Senate map and our current city map. Thank you. We're very happy with the state Senate map.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 028. And up next after that will be 015. 028, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what region you'd like to address and district plan, the floor is yours.
Once again, the San Fernando Valley. Stuart Waldman, from president of VICA and with the San Fernando Valley Redistricting Coalition. Looking at the maps for the Senate, we're quite happy. We think that the commission did everything that we asked. We asked that communities be kept whole, including Poso. We asked that the districts do not go south of Mulholland, which the commission did. And there are no changes that we could suggest whatsoever. I know the one Senate district is 48.3% Latino CVAP. We would like to see it possibly get to 50%. Haven't been able to try and figure that out quite yet. But if there are adjustments that do come, that's something that we would ask that we could try. But as the maps stand, we're pretty happy with them, and we want to thank you, and we hope they stay this way.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 015, and up next after that will be 036. 015, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper what district plan and what region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Yeah, my name is Danny Chinosa. I'm Research Director at the Orange County Civic Engagement Table. I'll be speaking to state Senate districts in Orange County. So the state Senate draft map, it's looking pretty good to us here in Orange County. In the Santa Ana area and District SAA, we truly appreciate your recent shift towards a configuration that's similar to Federal Voting Rights Act districts at the Assembly and congressional levels. South Fullerton, West Anaheim, and Santa Ana have numerous shared interests, as you've heard, including the need for affordable housing and common concerns with policing and immigration enforcement. We do want to flag that this district does divide two communities of interest, the Korean American COI in North Buena Park and Northwest Fullerton, as well as the Amemsa community spanning South Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos Artesia in LA. The commission can unify the Korean American COI by moving portions of Fullerton north of Bassin Cherry Road and west of Euclid Street from District IOC to District SAA. While the Amemsa community would prefer to remain whole in an Orange County-based district, community leaders do recognize that Cerritos Artesia have been drawn into a required Los Angeles-based VRA district. Vietnamese American communities in Garden Grove and Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Pacific Islander communities in Garden Grove are together in District NOC Coast. Their fit with the beach communities is a little odd. Those communities are far more native born and higher income, but we recognize that the pairing may be required given the structure of the adjacent Federal Voting Rights Act district. The one major problem in the Senate draft map is the division of Irvine and the splitting of the Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin COI. You've heard from Alliance members about the importance of keeping these disproportionately immigrant communities whole and together, especially as Irvine grows rapidly. We're exploring alternate configurations and we'll be sharing them with you, but believe that Irvine can be kept whole by balancing population in the South County area. We do want to emphasize that any changes to the Irvine area should be made without major changes to the district in and around Santana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. You're almost there in Orange County, and we wouldn't want to take steps backwards. So again, thanks so much for all your hard work on these districts. It's really paying off.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 036, and up next after that will be 011. 036, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to be discussing San Diego area, and I would like to thank you for your service and to our community and our state. I'm Eileen Delaney. I am the chairperson of the elected Fallbrook Community Planning Group. We represent over 50,000 Fallbrook residents in North San Diego County. Fallbrook is a rural community with rural concerns that set us apart from coastal and urban communities. We have collaborative agreements with fire departments as well as law enforcement in our region. We are part of a college district, a health district in our region as well. We enjoy farming, and agriculture and a rural lifestyle. We should not be drawn into a district with Pacific Beach and Mission Beach within the city of San Diego that's over 60 miles away. We have little, if anything, in common with that city area. Their needs and concerns and way of life are much different than ours. Instead, I urge you to keep Fallbrook in the SECA district map with surrounding unincorporated communities and rural type cities in northern San Diego County like Valley Center, Palma Valley, Bonsall, Escondido, Oceanside, and even Temecula, which is in South Riverside County. We are all communities of interest and contiguous to each other. I also ask that you please revise the November 10 Assembly draft map to include Fallbrook, Bonsall, and Rainbow with other rural communities along the I-15 corridor, as we are communities of interest there as well, and share the rural lifestyle and so many other collaborative services in our local region. Again, thank you for your time, and I hope you consider our suggestions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And right now we will have a 011, and up next after that will be 012. 011, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am here today to comment on draft Senate map Antivik Val, which is in northern Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. My name is Ann McEwen. I live in Acton. I spoke to you yesterday about some of the challenges our area faces. This map also keeps us with the surrounding high desert communities, and we thank you for that. It gives a voice to minority voters, whereas the previous Senate map disenfranchised them. This is an important change you've made. Our Latino population continues to grow, and having a Senate district where Latino and African American voters have a voice to select and elect a candidate who will best represent us is crucial. It also gives us a chance to work together to confront climate change head on. The solar farms in this district are huge and are crucial for California to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. Water in the high desert has been an issue before, but it has reached crisis proportions. Wells are running dry, 100-year-old junipers are dying. We feel a bit like the canary in the climate change coal mine, and being districted together will give us the ability to do everything we can to mitigate the effects of the changing climate. Surprising us, illegal marijuana grow houses are actually a huge problem for us, with an estimated 200 in tiny Acton alone. The growers steal water, contaminate the groundwater, which is our drinking water, and jury-rig electrical connections that result in fires. At the Acton Town Council emergency meeting, the task force sent to help came from San Bernardino County because grow houses are an issue in the area surrounding Victorville too. There are already state and county agencies who recognize the things our areas have in common and who are working with us to try to improve them. Transportation as well already crosses county lines. A new high-speed rail between Palmdale and Victorville is planned by the Bright Line Company. The highway known as Blood Alley, Highway 138,
30 seconds.
joins the Antelope Valley with Victorville and came in at number 4 on ABC's list of America's 7 most infamous highways. One attempt to lower the death toll has already happened. Hopefully, the new infrastructure bill will provide funding for a more permanent improvement. And this commission and your action of putting us together will help us fight for it. We feel both seen and heard, an unusual thing for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 0, 1, 2, and then up next after that will be 0, 2, 0. 0, 1, 2, I'll be promoting you now. Zero, 1, 2, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. So please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Thank you very much. I'll be discussing San Diego County map. No map in particular, just want to comment as a whole. My name is Phil Ortiz. I'm the current city council member for the city of El Cajon. And I submitted my comments via text earlier this month, but I felt the need to express them verbally. I want to comment and reinforce one of the earlier callers about the rural versus urban divide in our maps. Currently, we have El Cajon, Santee, Poway, Ramona, Alpine, Lakeside, represented as East County, San Diego. Current maps don't represent and keep that as a community of interest. We have, for example, our hospital districts are the same. Our school districts are the same. Our fire districts are the same. Our water districts are the same. And so much so, East County, San Diego identifies itself as East County. Our Chamber of Commerce is affectionately known as the East County Chamber of Commerce. Our city council unanimously voted on a resolution in an attempt to convey this to keep East County, San Diego cities together for these reasons. Our regional airport, Gillespie Field, borders the northern part of El Cajon and the southern part of Santee, directly on the border. That is a regional asset that we work closely in community together. On any given day, these cities, these rural cities are the gateway to the greater rural areas of San Diego County, and they have more in common than we do with coastal San Diego or mid-city San Diego. A chicken farmer in East County has more in common with East County cities than someone living in an apartment complex in mid-city San Diego. So our state maps are cutting up East County, San Diego. Historically, we have been lumped together. Even if you go on Wikipedia, it'll list these cities: Santee, El Cajon, Poway, even going to North San Diego, Escondido, Valley Center, Vista. The urban and rural divide should be represented as its own community of interest.
15.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now we will have 0, 2, 0, and up next after that will be 0, 3, 2. 0, 2, 0, I'll be promoting you now. 020, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am a resident of Irvine in Orange County, so I believe I'll be speaking to SDIOC draft and SD North OC Coast draft maps.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So thank you, commissioners, for the work you're doing and for giving me an opportunity to make public comment in the redistricting process. I'll try to keep my comments brief and make just 3 points. My name is Naz Hamid, and I'm a resident of the city of Irvine and a community services commissioner here. I moved to Irvine 18 years ago, and I've seen my city grow by leaps and bounds in my time here. An interesting fact, roughly 48% of our residents identify as Asian American as of 2020. This large diaspora represents a community of interest as per the definition used by the Census Bureau. We have 1 city council, 1 school district, 1 water district, and till now, 1 Senate district. This community should not be fractured and should stay united. My second point is that Irvine should also try and stay connected to Tustin, Costa Mesa, and Laguna Beach. These communities have more in common with each other than any other community. For example, our efforts to address climate change. I've also looked at your proposed maps and see that one suggestion puts Irvine and Garden Grove together. The Asian American communities in Irvine and Garden Grove are actually quite different. I would suggest that they remain separate as distinct communities of interest. Those were all of my points. Thank you so much for considering my feedback.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 032, and up next after that will be 023. 032, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and what region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi. I will be doing SD shoreline draft. All right, and good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Ramiro Adeba, and I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Agoura Hills. First, let me start by thanking the commission for all the time each of you has spent in preparing these draft maps. We recognize it's been a road full of challenges and difficult discussions, so thank you for your efforts. As for the current draft Senate district boundary maps, we have concerns about the new lines being drawn in a way that hurts rather than helps not only the City of Agoura Hills, but the overall Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments. Our COG, consisting of the cities of Agoura Hills, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, Malibu, and Westlake Village, submitted a letter to the commission in April regarding a desired community of interest, where we outlined multiple reasons why it's critical to draw the district boundary lines in a way that keeps the COG cities together. The current Senate boundary lines containing the COG only propose to keep 4 of the 5 cities together, while Hidden Hills is included in a different district. Our COG has a combined population amongst the 5 cities of only 68,000 people. Although that population seems small, we have forged a strong collective voice over time, regularly partnering with each other to tackle similar challenges with regional solutions. Those solutions often include the involvement of shared Senate representation. Additionally, with all due respect to the South Bay cities down the coast towards Rancho Palos Verdes, the proposed expansion of the district boundary southward combines very different agencies, so much so that it's near impossible to have a unified voice towards any common issues. For starters, Agoura Hills is located in the upper western reaches of the proposed Senate boundary, where many years have been spent collaborating with the surrounding agencies to create a unified voice focused on preserving and protecting open space, as well as natural habitat and ecosystems within and connecting to the Santa Monica Mountains. In this respect, the area is very much suburban and rural. Contrasted with the agencies we are proposed to be combined with, which are more urban and densely populated, and who have different socioeconomics and demographics, we are concerned the new boundaries, as presented, will dilute the strength of long-standing advocacy efforts and accomplishments that have spanned over decades as a result of legislative representation that understands our local and regional community. Once again, we thank you for your commission's efforts and respectfully request that the boundaries be revised to keep the COG together and to move the district line to a point that minimizes agency differences and results in districts that can be truly representative of its constituents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 023. And up next after that will be 016. 023, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Rosalind Gold, Chief Public Policy Officer with the NALEO Educational Fund, and I'm going to be just making general comments about the congressional maps and the state legislative maps that you commissioners have put together with such tireless time and wonderful dedication. And by the way, we are delighted to hear that some of you commissioners seem to have some future California voters and perhaps some future commissioners with you as we work on this all together. So with our mission at NALEO to facilitate full participation of the Latino population in the American political process, we really look to see to what extent the maps at these three levels of governments provided Latinos with fair opportunities for representation in compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act and the U.S. Constitution, which are the top two criteria of the Commission. And we would note that we do believe the draft maps offer some improvement from where we are right now, but that the Commission could indeed do a better job with respect to fair Latino representation. And one measure of this is the number of Latino majority citizen voting age population districts that the maps provide. And we encourage the commissioners to look at the maps submitted by our partners MALDEF as a target for the number of those Latino majority citizen voting age population districts that your maps should have. So for example, at the congressional level, the Commission's maps has 13 of those districts, MALDEF's maps have 16. At the Assembly level, the Commissioner's maps have 19 and MALDEF's map have 24. At the State Senate level, the Commissioner's maps have 8 and MALDEF's maps have 11. Again, we see those number of Latino majority districts as a target we think the Commission should strive to meet. We would note that if you look at the last decade, the Latino population's increase contributed to more than 2/3, 69% of the overall population growth of California between 2010 and 2020. We urge you to take that into account, and we urge you to continue to ensure that your maps really provide Latinos with fair opportunities for representation to make our California democracy stronger and to make sure that Latinos can elect representatives that are accountable and responsive to their communities. Thank you so much again for your hard work, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 016. And up next after that will be 001. 016, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, Commission. I will be commenting on the Senate drafts in the Southern Central Valley. My name is Alex Garcia, and I am from Western Kern County. There's been a lot of testimony of folks claiming Bakersfield and Fresno are so different, so polar opposite, they cannot possibly be in a Senate district together. Listening to your hearings, you would think Fresno and Bakersfield are like Jupiter and Mars, worlds apart. Most of those comments were initially about Congress, but now some are saying the same thing about the Senate. This is really confusing for many of us who have lived, worked, and gotten education in Bakersfield and Fresno, like myself. It's absurd, actually, because Bakersfield and Fresno have been in the Senate district together since 1991. These two anchor cities of the South Valley were put in a Senate district together by the California Supreme Court because of historic redlining. This gave voice to communities of color who were often marginalized and had their interests ignored, like mine. After 30 years, it's suspicious that no one complained about Fresno and Bakersfield in a Senate district together until this November. The obvious issue is that now, for the first time ever, your Fresno Kern draft map combines wealthy, white parts of Fresno and Bakersfield together. North Fresno, and West Bakersfield. Please remember why you must do this, though. If Fresno doesn't go south, then it must go north into the Sierras. And you've heard plenty of testimony against that option. If Bakersfield does not go north, then it must go south into the high desert. And you've heard plenty of testimony against that. I'm not here to complain about Fresno and Bakersfield together. If anything, I would encourage you to look at your Latino VRA district, Kings Kern, and include more of Fresno. As it is currently, you're dismantling a historic and successful pairing of our South Valley anchor cities. After ensuring districts have equal population, your number one priority and responsibility to Valley families is to make as many strong Latino VRA districts as possible. So Commission, do what is necessary to make that happen. And as for your Fresno Kern district, Fresno and Bakersfield are not worlds apart like Jupiter and Mars. They're in fact both a part of our great Central Valley, the Golden Empire. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 001. And up next after that will be 029. 001, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please let the mapper know what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners and Chair Taylor. I would like to address the Orange County Senate District draft map titled SDSAA today.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. In this proposed map, the city of Buena Park and the city of Fullerton are placed in separate Senate districts. And I'd like to reference one of the earlier speakers today with the Orange County Civic Engagement Table and the People's Alliance, and amplify the message that ignoring the critical ties the residents in these cities share with one another, Buena Park and Fullerton, would be very disadvantageous for fair representation. These cities have a considerable Asian American, Pacific Islander population, specifically many Korean residents whose diversity is reflected in churches, restaurants, markets that tie the two municipalities together as a community of interest. Both municipal governments here have a proven track record of productive collaboration on regional issues like transportation, crime, and homelessness. In addition to this, the local economies have a symbiotic relationship and would be much better served by being represented in a district with other North Orange County cities. Thank you for allowing me to submit my comment, and I urge you to consider these variables in proposed drafts of Senate district boundaries going forward. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 029, and then up next after that will be 017. 029, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, I would like to address the Santa Clarita Map. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Maldonado. I'm Latino, and I live in Santa Clarita. I'm vehemently opposed to the map for Santa Clarita, which forces it to once again be joined to the city of Los Angeles. I'm strongly suggesting a total revision for the Santa Clarita Valley to include Simi Valley, all areas of the greater Santa Clarita Valley and Antelope Valley, and to entirely remove the San Fernando Valley East, with whom we share nothing in common and have a very bad history with. In full agreement with Commissioner Sadwani, I suggest keeping the entire San Fernando Valley as one district. In 1987, Santa Clarita seceded from the city of Los Angeles due to Los Angeles using the Santa Clarita Valley as its dumping ground, landfill, nuclear missile silo site, munitions site, and other egregious acts. Accepting this map would be equal to forcing a victim who recently found freedom after leaving a long-term abusive relationship to once again be forced to live with their abuser in perpetuity. That's unconscionable. The Santa Clarita, Simi, and Antelope Valleys, which I call the Tri-Valley, have governments that strongly focuses on its residents, developing forward-thinking projects that benefit the whole of our respective areas. But the Tri-Valley have more to do for our residents, including furthering our infrastructure and transport, developing new hospitals, keeping crime low, and other needs. But if joined with the San Fernando Valley East, we won't be able to do so as their problems are severe. The San Fernando Valley East, as part of the city of Los Angeles, is an area with high levels of crime, severe income disparities, shockingly high levels of poverty, skyrocketing homelessness, an incredibly large community of undocumented migrants who have specific needs and would be entirely divorced from the equally large Latino San Fernando Valley West. These are problems of a mega city, problems that only a joint San Fernando Valley or City of Los Angeles Senate District can address without the Santa Clarita being included. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 017, and up next after that will be 013. 017, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Perfect. If you could start off by zooming into SD-SBRC. Alrighty, good afternoon and happy Friday, commissioners. My name is Sky Allen with IE United, and I'm calling today on behalf of the IE Redistricting Hub. We recognize that these are very much draft maps and you're continuing to change and clean them up, but there are two big concerns that we wanted to ensure are uplifted today. First, we don't feel as residents of the IE that SD-SBRC makes that much sense from a community of interest perspective, and it's also not the only way to create VRA districts in this area. We propose that instead of nesting San Bernardino and Moreno Valley into a Senate district, that you nest VRA districts within the counties. So for San Bernardino, you can nest ADSBCHR with ADRCFR, creating a strong VRA district for Latinx voters, empowering Black voters, and honoring communities of interest. Similarly, in Riverside County, it would make sense to nest ADJRC with ADMPH and creating a VRA Senate district there. Our second concern is with respect to the Coachella Valley, to the east. Dozens of folks called in over the summer emphasizing that they wished for the Coachella Valley region as a whole to all be in one district. And that came from folks that we organize and many, many, many folks that we don't, just because it's just such a strong, it's such a strong community that wants to be kept together. Now, we submitted maps ourselves at the Senate level, so we understand, or at every level, so we understand that having that entire region together isn't possible at every level, but it is possible for the Senate, right? In our submission, we created a district that united Imperial County with the entire Coachella Valley, the San Gorgonio Pass, which is that Banning Beaumont area, and the Morongo Valley. We like that configuration. If you need to do it a different way, we understand that, but we hope that whatever changes you make allow the Coachella Valley region from Desert Hot Springs all the way down to North Shore to be together at the Senate level. I know this is tricky stuff. We just want to thank you for your hard work and your commitment, and we look forward to continuing to think through what the IE will look like at all the levels. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 013, and then up next after that will be 004. 013, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours. Unique ID 013.
All right, yes, I'll be addressing draft map SD, SECA I'm Kathy Castle. I'm President CEO of the Lakeside Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also a resident of Lakeside for over 40 years. I understand and appreciate the time and energy and challenges the Commission faces in drawing these lines for our state. The current draft maps for the State Senate do not meet the needs of the Lakeside community. Draft maps have literally split the community of Lakeside in half and has also separated many of the East County, San Diego neighboring communities such as Lakeside, Alpine, Descanso, Jamul, Santee, Poway, Rancho San Diego, El Cajon, and Ramona. We share a wide variety of common interests, such as a shared economic, social, and cultural interest, and we must be kept together. Our sister unincorporated areas, along with many of its neighboring cities, such as El Cajon, Santee, and Poway, understand our unique culture and way of life. I'm struggling to find any community of interest with the city of San Diego or with desert communities such as Brawley or Needles. We should not be placed in districts with North Park, Chula Vista, Pacific Beach, or University City in the city of San Diego. These communities would not understand about the struggles of living and working in an unincorporated area of East County. Our state representative must have firsthand, intimate knowledge of our needs, resources, and challenges living and working in Lakeside. If the current draft maps move forward, we would ultimately end up with little to no representation. My community's access to fair allocation of resources and effective governance depends on your decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 004, and up next after that will be 033. 004, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. Today I will be speaking on draft map SDSAA. Again, good evening. My name is Karen Diaz, and I'm the electoral field manager for the Coalition for Human Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA. Our mission is to achieve a just society full inclusive of immigrants. We're also a member of the People Redistricting Alliance, a coalition of 16 community-based organizations, statewide and locally in Orange County. We want to express our appreciation to the Commission and Commission staff for taking the input from our communities. Immigrant community members in Santa Ana share a lot of common challenges like rent control, access to low-income affordable housing, mental and healthcare access for houseless and undocumented communities. During the COI testimony, you heard from a CHIRLA community member who was documented, which means that he has access to a work permit and he's allowed to live and work in the U.S., but this is only a temporary protection that he's able to renew every 2 years. Like him, there's a lot of other community members that have this temporary work permits and many who are undocumented. The community member that you heard of, he's a wheelchair user and he has a speech impediment. He's described the challenges of navigating the healthcare for community members without status communities in Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. There are many community members who, just like him and others, face even harsher challenges due to a lack of work permits, social security numbers, and even language barriers. CHIRLA has been working with these communities in Orange County to win local and state level protections for immigrant Latinx communities. That's why we are truly grateful and appreciative of the Commission's recent shift towards configuring similar federal Voting Rights Act districts at the Assembly and Congressional level, which we have been speaking about the past 2 days. Like those levels, the Senate District draws Santa Ana communities of interest together that align with South Fullerton, West Anaheim communities of interest. For the reasons, we want to thank them for listening to the community COI by drafting Senate maps that support immigrant communities. We want to emphasize that any changes to this map should be made without major changes to districts around Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. Again, we're almost there. Thank you so much for listening. And we don't want to make sure that we're not taking setbacks that could affect immigrant communities. Have a good rest of your evening.
You as well. Thank you.
right, now we will have unique ID 033, and then up next after that will be 030. 033, I'll be promoting you now. 033, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Yes, Commissioner, my name is Jesus Garcia, and I am the drawer for the Dolores Huerta Foundation maps. What I'd like to say is that the Commission has ignored the work of the people here in the Central Valley by placing us in districts that are the equivalent of Beverly Hills to Boyle Heights. That would be Rosedale, Seven Oaks. Part of the issue has been that the Commission has adopted what I consider to be fantasy communities of interest by groups that do not recognize the value here. The great growth of the community has been the Latino population here in the Central Valley, and so that's caused actually quite a number of issues. Examples are, for instance, in Bakersfield, the Senate district follows more close to the lines. We're also working with MALDIF in the creation of the inspired lines. Other issues include the separation of the Antelope Valley from Simi Valley and definitely Santa Clarita. Those are issues that are very important. Those communities' voices would be drowned out. Another issue would be of placing valley counties, valley communities with the mountainous areas. That again is an issue that is of great concerns to the Dolores Huerta Foundation and MALDIF. There's most of the growth in the Central Valley has been due to the increase in the Latino community. And I believe by, again, creating these fantasy VRAs, fantasy communities of interest from people that do not recognize what's happening here has been an issue. Evidence of our work for the past 9 months is looking at the Board of, just Google Board of Supervisors in the Central Valley, Kern, Fresno, Tulare, and you'll see the great work that the Dolores Huerta Foundation has been doing at promoting local control by local people that understand. So again, thank you for the opportunity to present, but we are strongly opposed to many of the lines that are being drawn in the Central Valley because they disenfranchise the community at the expense of at the expense of the growth that we are bringing to this area. Thank you, commissioners, and have a great day. And you will visit DHF, and we have lines that you can review. So again, we're working closely with MALDIF on these lines, and you'll be hearing more about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 030, and then up next after that will be 006. 030, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Commission. Hola. Hello from Fresno, California. I'm Lourdes Oliva, and I will speak on the Senate draft maps for the Central Valley, California. Thank you, Commission and California, for We Draw the Lines. As I am here again, as I was yesterday for the Assembly District maps. I'm back to support and to promote this commission to strive for the Central Valley to get its needs met. As far as the need to have equal population and making sure the Latino VRAs are effective and strong. As a Latina of Guatemalan and Colombian parents who grew up with the power of the Chicanos, Mexicanos, and Californianos, I want to see the Central Valley maps to give us empowerment because sí se puede. I'm very concerned that the Senate maps in our region do not create effective Latino Voting Rights Act districts. You seem to be hitting the Latino CVAP, but what you must understand is these are not effective seats that empower the Latino community to elect candidates of their choice. Additionally, you are displacing and misplacing many Latino communities in the Central Valley from Merced, Fresno to Bakersfield. Your November 2nd versions were a much stronger map. As Latinos, we need to be united, and we need to also be recognized for the power we bring to the table, as we have been the essential workers. We have been those ones that are moving the communities and moving our school districts and moving, more than anything, the American dream. As I said, I'm very concerned. You seem to know, additionally, that you're displacing and misplacing the Latino communities from the Central Valley. As it stands today, with your official drafts, you have displaced Merced County, putting it into a big mountain district in the ECA draft. This is a big problem because Merced is a Central Valley county, and our farm worker communities in Merced, Livingston, and Los Baños deserve to have their voices uplifted in the Central Valley district, not a district with Inyo, Mono, Calaveras, and Mariposa. In Fresno, you have removed a lot of the city of Fresno and south side of Fresno from the South Valley seat. Your King's current draft should include more of Fresno County and parts of the city of Fresno. There's a deep historic connection between us, and we want you to look at those because we are
15.
a community of interest. Thank you very much for your work, and si se puede.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 006. And up next after that will be unique ID 025. 006, I'll be promoting you now. .006, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Casey Reynolds, and I'm the Vice Mayor of the City of Chico, and I'd like to address the Northern California map, North Coast. My compliments to the Commission on the draft Senate congressional maps. I think you are headed in the right direction overall, but I feel like the draft assembly maps of Northern California really need some work. For starters, Butte County has been taken out of the Northern Central Valley Assembly District and instead drawn into the far North Coast portion of the state. Butte County is a rural farming county. It belongs with other rural farming counties like Tehama, Sutter, and Butte counties. It does not make sense to tie Butte County into the Mountain Assembly District from the far north. I would recommend drawing Mountain Assembly District that consists of Siskiyou, Shasta, Modoc, Lassen, Plumas, and Nevada counties. This would keep all of the mountain counties together in one district. To create Valley Ag District, I would recommend combining Tehama, Butte, Yuba, Sutter, Glenn, and Colusa counties. All 6 of these counties are very flat counties where agriculture is the primary driver of economy. I know my Board of Supervisors in Butte County have sent a letter requesting the same, that they should be tied together in rural ag communities. Tehama, Glenn, and Colusa are connected through the Interstate I-5, and Butte, Yuba, and Sutter are all connected along Highway 99 and the Highway 70 corridor. I don't understand why the Commission would want to connect rural Yuba Sutter District with Sacramento urban areas like Granite Bay and mountain areas like Nevada City. These areas have completely different economies, lifestyles. The mountains should have their own district, and suburban Sacramento should have their own district. And rural farming counties in the valley should have their own assembly district as well. I hope you'll consider making these common sense changes before any maps are finalized. And I sincerely thank you all for all your hard work on all these maps.
Thank you. Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 025, and then up next after that will be unique ID 035. 025, I will be promoting you now. .025, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm not sure the map I know, well, but I'm talking about Solano County. I think it's map Napa Byron, I think.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Kay Patrice Williams. I'm a business owner, founder of Brand Gov and Empower Solano. We've done 140,000 engagements through the pandemic throughout Solano County. I have been in Solano County for 20 years and 11 months. I am calling because I am very pleased with the Senate and the Assembly maps, which keep Solano County whole. Actually, I'd love to pause for a minute and just give you all a round of applause for this. It's so important. Even though Solano has nearly 500,000 people, Solano often is treated as an afterthought by some of our neighbors. Neighboring counties are often better at being louder, but you all did a great job at making sure that Solano voices were not lost. By keeping Solano County whole, you ensure that that we have a fair chance to be heard. Solano County is increasingly changing. In previous districts, Solano has been split with Sacramento and other parts tied to the Bay Area. But due to more Bay Area transplants coming to our county in search of affordable housing, the entire county of Solano County is increasingly becoming the greater Bay Area. It wasn't a mistake that you all included Solano County in Outreach Zone C with other Bay Area counties. Please continue to respect the needs and the community interests of Solano County as you move forward toward drawing those final maps. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right now we will have 035, and then up next after that will be 007. 035, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you so much for your time. If you could put your attention to the city of San Diego, the central part of the city of San Diego. My name is Mary Nees. I'm a resident of the Greater City Heights area in the city of San Diego. I will be discussing Assembly, Senate, and congressional maps that split City Heights as well as Southeast San Diego. And I'm suggesting that the Black Hub maps be referred to keep our central San Diego COIs together and not have our voices diluted, ignored, or face intimidations by links to either East County cities, East County, County of San Diego, cities that have extremely negative or painful links to our communities, nor to coastal or downtown San Diego. Pairing City Heights or even portions of it with the city of Santee will result in voter intimidation and a dilution of our voice. Perhaps you may have heard of armed anti-Black Lives Matter protests in Santee in the summer of 2020 and Santee grocery stores in which anti-BLM residents flouted their ideas. I live just east of City Heights at 59th Street and El Cajon Boulevard, and my COI is definitely not aligned with Santee nor with coastal San Diego. Additionally, pairing Southeast San Diego or even a portion of it with Coronado will also result in the voices of COI, particularly in the Latinx community, being drowned out, intimidated, and misrepresented as the Coronado High School boosters did by throwing tortillas at an opposing Latinx team a few months ago. Santee, as well as affluent downtown San Diego and coastal neighborhoods, don't represent the interest and priorities lifted up by residents of City Heights and Southeast San Diego. We urge you to prioritize our COI testimony this past summer and revise maps so that our communities can stay together. At this time, we strongly request more time and concentration on our far southern region of the state. It needs your fair share of time and consideration. We know you started out in Northern California at the meetings, and spend a little bit more time on our southern area. Black communities in San Diego have continued to be split and paired with dissimilar areas, especially as Santee in the Assembly maps. Keep City Heights and Southeast San Diego COIs whole. Thank you so much for your time. We showed up and let you know this summer what COAs we want together. Please show us that you listen and redirect your demographers to keep City Heights and Southeast San Diego whole. Thank you so much for this huge task you've embarked on and for reviewing our COI testimony reinforced this week and make the needed map revision. We really do appreciate it. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 007, and then up next after that will be 008. 007, I'll be promoting you now.
Hello. I'll be speaking today on San Fernando SDSCSFB. My name is Soyla Rodriguez, and I've been a resident of San Fernando Valley ever since I came to the U.S. at the age of 8. As an immigrant, I am proud to call the San Fernando Valley my home. I'm also a CHIRLA member, and today I will be speaking about the Senate Draft Map SCSFB. I want to express my gratitude to the Commission and the staff for creating opportunities for public engagement for all residents in California. The cities of Venice, Pacoima, and Panorama City are amongst the highest numbers of COVID cases. The lack of COVID testing and vaccine clinics affected my community, and because they could not miss a day of work, many were unable to secure vaccines earlier. Last year in December, we lost our organizing director, Antonio Bernabel, due to COVID. He lived and died as an undocumented person in this country, dedicating his life to organizing immigrant communities across the valley for over 20 years. He helped thousands of immigrants in Pacoima, Venice, Panorama City, and Canoga Park through Know Your Rights trainings, advocacy, and leadership workshops. Antonio supported and organized the jornaleros in San Fernando Valley, a population that is usually forgotten and not taken into consideration in local resources. Now that he is gone, his leaders are carrying on the lucha, but they need local leaders in the Senate who can continue to empower and help the communities in the Valley. We need legislatures that will ensure our communities have access to vaccines and COVID-19 economic relief. In San Fernando Valley, the Commission has drawn in STSCFV draft. We appreciate the Commission for keeping immigrant communities and Latinx communities of East San Fernando Valley together. As a community member, I would like to take this opportunity to ask the Commission to strengthen the East San Fernando Valley Senate District by drawing west of the 405 to the cities of North Hills, Winega, Canoga Park, and taking out the region of Santa Clarita. This will allow the Commission to achieve a 50% Latino CVAP district that is representative of the 1.8 million San Fernando residents, of which 40% are Latinos, many of them being immigrants.
30 seconds.
Again, thank you for receiving my input and for creating these maps.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 008. And then up next after that will be 031. 008, as you have chosen to call in this evening, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, unique ID 008. The last 4 of your phone would have been, it's cut off for me. Unique ID 008. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The last 4 of your phone would have been 9586, and your unique ID is 008. You may be having some type of connectivity issue at the moment. I will come back to you. Right now we'll be going to 031, and then up next after that will be 002. 031, I will be promoting you now. 031, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Steve Gomes. I'm a retired educator and was in education for 45 years. And I'll be talking about Merced County and my comments will be about the Senate district, but will also apply to Merced County in general. I'm a resident of Merced County for the last 71 years. I was born there, I worked there, and all my career was in Merced County. The last 6 years, I was the Merced County Superintendent of Schools. And so one of the things that stands out right away from an educational point of view is that we are in, of course, we are home to the newest University of California and on the threshold of developing a school of medicine that is going to bring highly needed people to our area in what has been termed as a healthcare desert. And so I think that we need to have someone who we need to have representation in Merced County that is going to continue to promote that. Our legislators have brought it this far, and we hope to have people who will continue to do that and not have diversified interests, other interests. One of the things that has not been talked about is water, and water is probably the most essential thing facing California right now, and particularly in the San Joaquin Valley. We see that it looks like the county is going to be cut, is proposed to be cut north and south. It goes all the way to Fresno. Fresno does not have the same concerns as we do about water, or shares the same interest necessarily. In fact, they've been litigating for our water for some time. I think as you look at the demographics, and I realize those districts have to be based on demographics, but if you can also take a look at the concerns that we have about continuing to keep our water and be able to use it. And I would suggest that you would look at having
30 seconds.
Stockton, San Joaquin County, the northern have 4 areas, the northern San Joaquin County, like Merced and Stanislaus, and in Fresno and the southern San Joaquin, like Bakersfield. If we can keep those districts mostly within the counties, that's all of our legislative districts, not just the Senate. I think that the area will be better served. I want to thank the commission for this opportunity to speak, and I know it's a very difficult job, and I hope that.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 002, and then up next after that will be 021. 002, I'll be promoting you now. 002, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Adria Jimenez, and I am the city clerk for the city of Buena Park, and I'm calling on behalf of the city council. First, we'd like to thank the commission for your efforts to redraw California's boundaries. We understand that this is not an easy task at hand, and we appreciate all your work. Buena Park has a long-standing relationship and partnerships with its neighboring North Orange County cities, and we'd like to ask the commission to continue those relationships by reconsidering map SDS88. We have partnerships with the cities of Anaheim, Brea, Cypress, Fullerton, La Habra, La Palma, Placentia, and Yorba Linda. The city is proud to be a diverse community that includes the largest Asian American Korean population located in northern Buena Park. This demographic also extends into the city of Fullerton. Korean Americans living in these areas share many of the same resources and belong to groups and organizations such as the Korean American Public Action Committee. The Korean American Public Action Committee focuses on assisting the communities of Korean Americans and assisted during the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, Buena Park also has very strong ties and relationships and partnerships surrounding the North Orange County communities. And this includes partnering with these communities to provide for 2 navigation homeless shelters in the areas, one located in Buena Park and one in Placentia. Buena Park also shares many educational commonalities with its surrounding North Orange County cities, and Buena Park's namesake high school, Buena Park High School, is part of the Fullerton Joint Union High School District. North Orange County also was instrumental in assisting and creating the Buena Park Police Department, the North Orange County Task Force, Public Safety Task Force. This joint partnerships with the cities of Anaheim, Brea, Buena Park, Cypress, Fullerton, La Habra, La Palma, Orange, and Placentia, and Yorba Linda has made strides towards ending homelessness through shared responsibilities. They provide innovative mentoring services to youth and families in the community and reinvent the lives of formerly incarcerated students by providing housing, higher education, and career placements. Furthermore, the North Orange County cities support like-minded businesses, both small and large, as part of the North Orange County Chamber of Commerce. The Regional Chamber of Commerce supports businesses within the cities of Buena Park, Fullerton, La Palma, and Stanton. The success of these businesses and the regional economy is crucial to the sustainability and success of the North Orange County communities it represents. Separating Buena Park from these cities dilutes the business relationships, networking, and communities that strengthen fiscal health of Buena Park and the other member cities. Buena Park has many shared communities of interest with its North Orange County partnerships, including the cities of Anaheim, Brea, Cypress, Fullerton, La Habra, La Palma, Placentia, and Yorba Linda. The Buena Park City Council believes that redistricting Buena Park into a different Senate district will be detrimental to Buena Park, as it has more community ties and shared community goals with these North Orange County counterparts than other cities within the Central Orange County area. The City Council would like you to reconsider your Senate district mapping model and redistrict Buena Park to be included with its established shared communities.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 021, and then up next after that will be 014. 021, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi there. Thank you, Katie. This is Jeremy Payne calling with Equality California. Today, I'm not calling about any big structural changes or recommendations. I'm just calling to express my deep appreciation for Senate District Cor Cajon in San Diego. Again, I just want to express my deep appreciation for the work you've done to reunify our LGBTQ+ community in San Diego at the Senate level. In the early visualizations, the Senate visualizations for San Diego, the LGBTQ+ community was split right in half through Hillcrest. But in the Senate draft map Cor Cajon district, our community was reunified, connecting downtown to LGBTQ+ communities in Balboa Park, Hillcrest, North Park, and South Park, as well as connecting us to immigrant and refugee communities in City Heights, which also include the historic lesbian community of Azalea Gardens, which I mentioned yesterday. It also connects us to our Black, Indigenous, and POC communities in La Mesa and Lemon Grove. We share similar values and concerns and have a long work together to elect candidates of choice who will champion our intersectional civil rights interests. And it's also important to note that Cor Cajon rightfully does not include Santee, which is not racially diverse and does not share our values of racial equity and social justice. So again, I just want to say thank you so much for unifying our community at the Senate level. We hope to see a similar unification of our LGBTQ+ community in San Diego at the congressional level, so we may be unified with our immigrant, refugee, and BIPOC communities in San Diego. So thank you so much, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 018, and up next after that will be 024. 018, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Elliott from Irvine, commenting on IOC Orange County District and also the NOC Coast District. We've been fortunate in Irvine for the past 10 years to see our community develop greatly and become more diverse. During this time, Asian Americans have become a plurality in a very diverse population. Now, for the first time, Irvine has an Asian American senator. Unfortunately, the draft map threatens to reverse that progress by splitting the city along the 405 freeway. This would have the effect of cracking and substantially diluting Irvine's Asian American vote. Most of the other communities in the two proposed districts are less diverse than Irvine and lack the large Asian American populations we have. Additionally, the draft map would separate UC Irvine from 2/3 of the city. UCI is not only Irvine's largest employer, it's also the intellectual and cultural heart and soul of our city. As a cutting-edge research institution, UCI has attracted a number of major businesses to the community, many of which would be in a separate district from the university. Our current state senator and member of Congress, not coincidentally, both come from the UCI faculty and represent all of Irvine. And like most Irvine residents, I live north of the 405, but have ties to the part of the city to the south. I have zero ties with the North Orange County communities like Yorba Linda and Brea. I rarely have occasion to even go there. We Irvine residents have no community of interest with those distant cities and would be much better served in a single district that includes all of us. For these reasons, I urge you to adjust the boundaries on the draft map so Irvine will be undivided within a single district. I was unable to speak at the hearing on the congressional district map, but much of what I've said today applies equally to that, except the boundary in that case is the 5 freeway instead of the 405. But basically, the points are the same. We'd like to remain as one district in both cases. Thank you.
Thank you. And Katie, I think this is going to be our last caller prior to break.
Yes, Chair. Right now we will have 024. I'll be promoting you now. (024), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Katie, and good evening.
024, your audio is cutting out there.
The tubes.
024, can you hear me? 024, can you hear me? 024, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, we're having some trouble with your audio. It sounds like it's cutting out there.
Hello?
Hello? (024), we're going to ask if you could try dialing in, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Katie, can we take one more?
I believe so, yes. 034. If you will please follow, or I will be promoting you now. (034), you can now enable your audio and video. And if you'll please remind the mapper, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi. I'm calling about Santa Clarita, ABSCB. And I'm calling regarding the draft that shows Santa Clarita merged with San Fernando Valley and is no longer with Simi Valley. This would be very disastrous for us. And Santa Clarita needs to stay with Simi Valley, and for these reasons. Santa Clarita is powered by Southern California Edison. We have our own water system. Santa Clarita and Simi Valley rely on the Public Safety Power Shutoff, the PSPS, to prevent wildfires. Since both cities experience high winds, we heavily rely on the PSPS to prevent wildfires. Each year, both our cities face multiple threats of fires. It is for the safety of our communities to have a representative that understands our PSPS. the San Fernando Valley utilities are the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, and they are a municipal with different rules and regulations governed by the Water and Power Commissioners and the City Council. Southern California Edison is under the PUC, Public Utilities Commission. Both operate differently, and therefore, with the threats of high winds and fire, trying to regulate the PSPS with two completely different utility companies would put all of our communities at risk. In addition, the Santa Clarita Valley is serviced by the Sheriff's Department and Fires. San Fernando is serviced by the Los Angeles Police Department and Fire. We're two completely different cities. San Fernando belongs to the city of Los Angeles with almost a population of 4 million, where Santa Clarita has a population of almost 220,000. City of Los Angeles has a budget of almost, our current budget is $248.3 million. And we are much smaller, and we just want to be represented. So in addition, San Fernando would better remain with its own sister cities of communities of Van Nuys, Pacoima, Arnita, Panorama City, and it's just better for them to remain with the city of Los Angeles since they are independent. They have their own ordinances and codes and regulations and completely function on their own. Please keep Santa Clarita Valley with Simi Valley. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll be taking a 15-minute break. If you're calling without an appointment, please do not hang up as you will lose your place in line. So everyone stretch out, take a minute, come back in 15 minutes, a short 15 minutes. So we'll see you back at 4:45. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back to today's public feedback session regarding our city maps. Prior to starting session 2, could I please have the Spanish interpreter provide a language line number where the public can listen to today's meeting in Spanish?
Yes, most certainly. And just to clarify, did you want the full call instructions?
No, the instructions so people can listen to today's meeting in Spanish.
Perfect, okay.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second. Absolutely, no problem. Para las personas que desean escuchar esta reunión en español, deberán llamar al 888-566-1377 e ingresar el número de identificación de la reunión, el cual es el 389-1010. Repito, el número a marcar para escuchar la reunión en español es el 888-566-1377 y por favor ingrese el número de identificación de la reunión, el cual es el 389-1010. Thank you.
Gracias, thank you. All righty, Katie, now back to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Welcome to the draft map feedback session. If you have not done so already, and if your unique ID ends from 001 through 077, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. You will be identified by your assigned unique ID number received with your invite for this session. When it is your turn to speak, I will promote you to have the ability to enable your own audio and/or video in the lower left corner of your screen. Public input time limit is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds remaining and 15 seconds remaining in your speaking time. There will also be an active timer on the screen for your convenience. When you start your input, please identify which district map and region you will be providing input on. And one more time, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the comment queue line indicating you are present and ready to comment if your unique ID ends in 001 through 077. And right now we will begin with 014, and then up next after that will be 00, I apologize, 014, and then up next after that will be 061. 014, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Let me,
014, it appears you are in the meeting twice, possibly on 2 devices, and that would have caused that reverberation. If you could disconnect your other device, it may make it so that you can provide your comment without that happening. And go ahead and unmute yourself once that is complete.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
My other laptop crashed, so technical issues. All right, good afternoon. My name is Jose Verduzco, resident of Tulare County, in particular Ivanhoe, California. The map I'm referring to is the Fresno Curran one. I was recently a member of the Tulare County Redistricting Commission and have some insight at the local level, which I'd like to share, in particular with the Fresno Curran map and the communities of Ivanhoe and Woodlake in northeastern Tulare County. Small Latino communities like Ivanhoe are not being properly respected in the Commission's draft Senate maps. One thing I learned during my time as a county redistricting commissioner is the importance of creating effective Latino districts that enable the Latino community to elect candidates of their choice, also respecting their communities of interest. The King's and current Senate draft map leaves out small Tulare County communities, such as Ivanhoe Woodlake, and places them in the Fresno Curran map. 2 places I know like the back of my hand. I encourage you to put these small Tulare County towns in the King's current Senate district map. Ivanhoe and Woodlake are in the same county supervisor seat as Dinuba and Orosi, and I feel they should be in the same state Senate district as well. It makes sense on multiple fronts. One thing I learned during my time as a commissioner is people in those areas share a lot of common interest. They're rural farm worker communities. They work in packing houses, in the fields, picking our fruits and vegetables. They shop together, they do business together. So placing them in a district that encompasses West Bakersfield and communities like Clovis and North Fresno is not necessarily a good idea and in their best interest. Lastly, I would like to ask the Commission to establish effective Latino VRA districts throughout the entire Central Valley. Thank you for your time and have a nice night.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 061. And then up next after that will be 039. 061, I'll be promoting you now. (061), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Find my notes here. Good afternoon. I'll be talking about the Central Valley. So Tulare, Fresno, Kern, Central Valley. My name is Dr. Lucia Vasquez. I'm from Tulare County. My concerns are the Kern draft, the Fresno County Kern drafts, the Senate maps, and the Central Valley. So the first thing I would ask again that the commission make rural areas a priority. The cities have city councils to take care of them. The counties have counties supervisors take care of them. But what if they don't have effective leadership? What if things aren't working out? Then those little rural counties don't have anybody to them. And that's why it's so important that the commission does due diligence to make sure that they're making rural counties, rural towns, and areas their priority. This is the idea of behind the VRA, to make sure that everyone has a voice. The rural counties also have the problem of having freeways going right through them. So when you do try to make wonderful, beautiful lines, please make sure that you're getting both sides of those freeways when there's a small town in the way, and that they be able to do that. The other thing is that we must not only have VRA districts, but strong VRA districts, so that we have effective leadership and be able to empower those communities. When in doubt, go to the MALDIF maps, go to the equity coalitions that were helped supported by the the Dolores Huerta Foundation. These were collaborative maps that were put together by community members that live in those communities. So they've done the work for you. I really appreciate all the work that's been put in there. Again, I want to address, as Mr. Commissioner Verduzco did, the Kings Kern draft leaves out Ivanhoe and Woodlake. These are overwhelming Latino communities that really need to go back into the Kings Kern district and not into the Fresno Kern district. I have one more ask, and to please, in your ending recommendations, as a commission, as each individual commissioner, that you can promote these third-party commissioners, these third-party commissions for our cities, for our counties, so that we can stop the gerrymandering. There are so many counties and so many districts that are packed, that are cracked, and that are gerrymandered. And the only way we're going to be able to make any movement is to be able to have individual commissions such as yours. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, and thank you for everyone putting in their input. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
And right now we will have 039. And up next after that will be unique ID 008. Is there a retry from earlier? Right now we have 039. I'll be promoting you now. Zero 039, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am in Senate District 21 for Lancaster Antelope Valley. And I see that the district is moving quite a bit to the east. As I was looking for the original maps, it seems like you are sharing the area north of us that was very overwhelmed with that huge, vast territory. And yes, some of those areas, I'm all right with this particular draft. I think they needed to share some of it. Wait, there we go. It keeps moving around. Alrighty. Well, actually, it looks like you've deleted some of Kern County. I think you could split that up a little bit more and make the 21 that I'm in a little bit smaller, and let Kern County keep that other part where Johannesburg up to Searles Valley, where it shows Fort Irwin. I know we do have a good highway system from Barstow coming down to 58 that comes through the north of the Antelope Valley. Actually, it goes into Kern County, up just above Roseman. And anyhow, I'm okay. There we go. There we go. Yes, you've increased the 21 just a little bit. I'm not quite sure how much further it goes out from these maps. All these lines are kind of confusing. Anyhow, I don't know what you can say. We are sharing some of the area that was a vast area for the other county. And are you just strictly keeping with the Senate district tonight, or may it make a comment on the congressional?
Tonight is Senate districts.
Just strictly, okay. All right, it looks okay. Oh, there we go. There, is that the one that's proposed now, the draft, or is that what's current? I just see the dark lines. I don't see the different color lines.
30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I think we can make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, up in that area, that should go back into the Kern County area. and in that upper left corner. Yeah, I think that should go back to the Kern County because that's a huge land area.
10 seconds.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well.
And right now we will be retrying unique ID 008, and then up next after that will be 042. 008, as you have called back in, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Oh, one more time. Unique ID 008, if you'll please press *6 one more time. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, members of the commission. I'm addressing all of the Central Valley districts, and I'm very concerned about the lack of San Joaquin Valley representation on the commission. The only Valley cities represented on the commission are Tracy and Stockton, which is the very far north end of the Valley. When I look at the Senate map, I see both Stockton and Tracy have maintained their geographic integrity, while the remainder of the larger cities in the San Joaquin Valley have been sliced up like pizza. I'm very concerned about what appears to be preferential treatment for the cities of Tracy and Stockton to the detriment of the other larger cities in the Central Valley. Commissioners, you only get one more bite at the apple. This is your opportunity to create a fair map for the entire San Joaquin Valley. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 042, and then up next after that will be 049. 042, I'll be promoting you now. 042, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll be speaking about Los Angeles, specifically the SD Nila district.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Sure. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Samuel Garrett Pate. I'm the Managing Director of External Affairs for Equality California. I'm also a resident of downtown Los Angeles and part of our emerging LGBTQ+ community here in DTLA. I want to start by thanking all of you for your focus on listening to, uniting, and empowering LGBTQ+ communities throughout the state and throughout this process. We are deeply grateful to all of you for the recognition that it is important to keep LGBTQ+ communities of interest together and empowered and united. Specifically on SD Nila, we want to thank the commission for your robust conversation about how to keep West Hollywood and Hollywood together in the Senate maps. Unlike the Assembly map, which divides the LGBTQ+ community in West Hollywood and Hollywood, this Senate map does actually keep those communities together. And I want to specifically thank Commissioner Kennedy for his remarks about the fact that the LGBTQ+ community is not just in West Hollywood and Hollywood, but also extends into Silver Lake, Los Feliz, and beyond. There is a deep history within Silver Lake in particular, where the Black Cat uprisings happened. One of the first LGBTQ+ uprisings against police brutality notably happened 2 years before the Stonewall riots in New York. So it is very important that we keep the LGBTQ+ community together. The Senate districts being larger does allow you to do more of that, and we are very happy with this map. If we saw any changes to this map, we would just appreciate the commission uniting more of Westlake in the SD Nila district. This would help to increase the Latino CVAP as well, and that population could be offset by moving some of Bell into, or uniting Bell with Bell Gardens, 710 to Water District directly south. So again, just want to thank the commission for your commitment to uniting the LGBTQ+ community. Would urge you respectfully to unite Hollywood and West Hollywood in the Assembly N10 district the way you have here in the SD Nila district. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 049, and then up next after that will be 067. 049, I'll be promoting you now. 049, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Please go to District ECA in the Senate plan. Thank you. Members of the Commission, good evening. This is Samuel Sukatan from the California Environmental Voters Education Fund. I appreciate your forbearance in taking public feedback so quickly and so robustly. I did want to draw your attention initially to the Eastern Sierra. We've had a number of conversations about Zone G. Some of our partners have been very expressive. We appreciate the very hard boundary between the desert, the San Bernardino Desert, and the broader Eastern Sierra at the Inyo-San Bernardino line, which has been consistent this entire process. I do want to note, and I will refer a number of times back to our presentation, which was submitted about a month ago, that we did suggest that if you're going to draw a Sierra district, that you dip in once and you dip in at Roseville. This was not the case in that Merced, we call it the Modesto dip, in that in all of the plans, the Sierra district dips in at least to take Modesto, occasionally Fresno, in some cases as far west as Merced. We do believe that self-determination for the Sierra Nevada is a really critical part of environmental stewardship, and we would ask that you refer back to our Eastern California plan, which takes in one Senate district from Sierra County in the north to Inyo in the south, dipping into pick up population in Roseville that leaves space for effective Latino VRA districts in the Central Valley. Moreover, if you could go north to SD North Coast, I appreciate kind of the responsiveness. And you'll hear this when we talk about the other plans as well. I want to refer back to a Karuk tribe and Yurok tribe letters asking that Siskiyou County, or at least the western part of Siskiyou County, where their native lands are, be drawn west into a coastal district at all levels of government. You can compensate for the minimal population switch by taking more of Sonoma into the Napa, Byron, and attended congressional assembly districts. Finally, to the Inland Empire, just as a resident of the city of San Bernardino and us who grew up in SBRC, I will echo Maldef's statement that this is a great district for 10 years ago, and it's not now. The cities of San Bernardino, of Riverside, and then the broader Pomona, Ontario-Fontana corridor can constitute 3 separate Senate seats. In Riverside, it makes sense to include Riverside with Jurupa Valley, Moreno Valley, and Paris. San Bernardino and Rialto should be kept together, and then Pomona, Ontario, together with Fontana being split to make up the difference.
15 seconds.
Finally, since I have a little bit more time, I do want to refer to the SD, SOC, and SD draft. Removing Little Saigon and Aliso Viejo and using the 405 as a boundary between inland and coastal would be crucial. You can see that in our maps running as far south as Carlsbad.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 067, and then up next after that will be 056. 067, I'll be promoting you now. 067, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'll be addressing, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll be addressing Assembly District maps for Oakland and for Alameda County. We are very satisfied with the Senate maps. My name is Liz Suck. I'm the Executive Director of Oakland Rising. We represent and engage over 60,000 voter supporters in Oakland and broader Alameda County. As a Korean living on Ohlone land and identify strongly as an Oaklander and East Bay resident, having lived here for almost 40 years, as a longtime resident, I've seen the region shift and change, and some feel like inevitable changes and others feel like felt hard and heartbreaking. Decades of disinvestment, disenfranchisement, gentrification have shifted our region in very dramatic ways. Where once we had a strong, thriving Black communities, we now see smaller pockets and small businesses. We need representation at the state level that will boldly advocate for our communities that represent us fully and wholly. Currently, the CRC proposes a map that splits some of these critical COIs, and I wanted to address 2 directly: Oakland, Emeryville, and unincorporated Alameda County, specifically Ashland. We're glad to see that strong city like Oakland continues to stay connected with East and West Oakland neighborhoods intact. However, we're concerned about splitting Emeryville from Oakland. Emeryville and Oakland, particularly West Oakland, seem like they've been divided by a freeway, but in fact, there's a large unhoused population that spans these two areas. We also have a regional shoreline and major and small business districts that these communities clearly access West Oakland shops in Emeryville, and in order generally access Emeryville, Oaklanders and other East Bay residents drive through West Oakland. Also, in regards to Ashland, smaller cities like Ashland and Cherryland with Catcher Valley and Hayward are deeply tied because these communities geographically are so small. They bleed right into each other, and all access points to these communities are shared. The identity of these communities are closely tied to Hayward and Catcher Valley. However, the map is currently placing Hayward with Livermore and Pleasanton, which is divided by a very giant hill. And it takes at least 20 minutes to drive there. So I don't understand why we need those communities to be, we need those communities to stay together. And we hope that you will incorporate Ashland, as it is unincorporated and it needs representation fully, that doesn't receive at the county level. Appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 056, and then up next after that will be 070. 056, I'll be promoting you now. It appears to have some connectivity issue with you connecting audio and video option. I'll be doing the audio only option at this time. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute on your screen.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Yes, I'm here representing the Sacramento Valley Landowners Association, and I would like to refer to the map in the north part of the state, Yuba Sutter. First, I want to compliment the commission on keeping the rural valley counties north of Sacramento together in your draft Senate and congressional maps. So we do appreciate your listening to our feedback. I would like to make one suggestion to improve the North State Senate map. Lake Tahoe belongs with Placer and El Dorado counties. Cutting off Tahoe out of the Placer El Dorado district and placing it into the far north of the Senate district should be avoided, as Tahoe is a major contributor to the Placer El Dorado economy. Instead, the commission should consider adding Trinity County into the Northern Cal Senate district. I believe that there has been substantial testimony provided as to how Trinity and counties like Shasta and Siskiyou are interconnected. Additionally, the commission should look at connecting West Roseville to the Northern California Senate District. West Roseville is near the Sutter County line, and the two communities share similar interests. Residents often living in West Roseville use Baseline Road to connect to Highway 9970, and there are plans underway to develop that portion of West Placer to the Sutter County line. This would seem a natural connection. So adding Trinity County and West Roseville to the NorCal district would allow the commission to keep Lake Tahoe in the Placer and El Dorado district. Again, thank you so much for listening to us this evening and taking our input. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
And right now we will have 070, and then up next after that will be 052. 070, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. I am commenting on the draft map for Merced and Stanislaus County, as well as for both Assembly and the Senate District today. Good evening, my name is Leslie Abosta Cummings, and I am the CEO for Livingston Community Health. We are a federally qualified health center providing primary and preventive healthcare services to the underserved and often undocumented residents in Merced and Stanislaus County. I'm calling today to offer comment because I saw on the draft maps that the commission was considering dividing Merced County in half, and that the line also effectively splits the service territory that Livingston Community Health serves. We have locations in Hillmar, Livingston, Delhi, Waterford, Turlock, and Houston, and the maps would put half of our locations in one district and the other half in a different district. The reason we have locations in these areas that we do is because of the shared cultural and economic histories of the people who now call this area home. There are so many small but vitally important pockets of diversity in these areas, including many Hmong, Latino, Portuguese, Punjabi, Laotian, and Mian communities. Many of these groups came here to escape violence, instability, and extreme poverty, and these are all aspects we cater to in order to provide culturally competent care. Livingston Community Health, as with most federally qualified health centers, arose because of the need that there was where financial resources were not. We work to provide access to health care, but we also try to lift up our communities to help them to be seen to those in power and who would otherwise never know who they were. But most of the first generation in these communities were marginalized in their own countries, and so it is vitally important that they do not experience the same here in California. Unfortunately, your current draft maps divide these communities. I know for many people driving up the 99, one town may look just like the rest, but drawing a line between them might seem to have no consequences. But in this case, it would further the divide that we are already seeing. I'd ask that the commissioner take a closer look at the Merced and figure out a way to keep these communities of interest together. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have a 052. And then up next after that will be 077. 052, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'd like to address the state Senate map for Orange County.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening. My name is Susan and I'm the organizing director at Addy for Justice, a nonprofit organization focused on youth organizing, civic engagement, and providing immigration legal services in Orange County. Before anything else, I would like to thank you for your commitment to this crucial process. We understand that executing plans, collecting, and organizing data takes a lot of work, communication, time, and dedication. Today, I wanted to comment on the communities of interest in Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin. As an alumni of the University of Irvine and an older sister to my two other siblings who have also attended university at UCI, I'm no stranger to this area. It's so important that we keep the communities of interest in Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin together because of the common challenges faced, such as access to affordable housing, transportation, and environmental justice. These parts of Orange County should be drawn together, especially keeping Irvine whole and with Costa Mesa. While the overall state Senate draft map looks pretty good for Orange County, I really wanted to flag this problem, which is the city of Irvine and the larger Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin COI that are divided. You've heard from members of the People's Redistricting Alliance about the importance of keeping these disproportionately immigrant communities whole and together, especially as Irvine grows rapidly. So we really believe that Irvine should be kept whole by balancing population in the South County area. And I also wanted to emphasize that any changes to the map should be made without major changes to the districts in and around Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. Lastly, I just wanted to thank you all for your time and commitment and listening to all our comments for the Orange County maps. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. You as well. Thank you.
And right now we will have 077, and then up next after that will be 059. 077, as you have chosen to call in this evening, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
I'll be speaking on Senate Assembly and Congressional Map. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rahma Abdi. I'm a community organizer with PANA. I have been living in City High for over 25 years. Today, I'm calling on behalf of Black, African immigrant, and Middle Eastern Muslim refugee communities in San Diego. In the neighborhood of City High, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Southeastern San Diego, Spring Valley, and El Cajon. We live in an underserved community in San Diego. We are shut out of all decision-making process. We want to bring change in our community by being a unified voting Black. Refugee community experience high rate of hidden homelessness, with families doubling up in the same home to afford rent and having to face navigating a new environment without language access. This makes simple tasks like applying for a job, visiting doctor appointments, enrolling your kids in school, or going to DMV is very difficult for my community. In congressional draft map, City High is split and paired with Santee. As I have shared in previous meetings, we do not have anything in common with the Santee residents. We don't share any interest with Santee. In the new draft map, I ask that you keep all City Heights and Southeastern San Diego districts together. As the Senate draft map protect and pair the Black Hub codes in a manner similar to state assembly plan. I ask that you do not pair City Heights with Hamul or Costa or downtown San Diego County communities. In a new assembly draft map, I ask that you keep the city of El Cajon whole and do not pair with Santee. Like I said, we don't have anything in common with Santee residents. But instead, pair with other BIPOC immigrant communities in Mesa area. I urge you to keep our community of interest together and give us the opportunity to bring change to our community. Our Black, African, Middle Eastern, Muslim refugee communities are tired of being on the menu. We want to be at the table. Thank you for your time, and please keep our community together.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 059, and then up next after that will be 071. 059, I'll be promoting you now. (059), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good evening. I will be discussing the proposed maps for Senate District on the North Coast and Senate District NorCal in the far north of California. Yeah, all the way up there. Yes, okay. So my name is Amy Campbell Blair, and I am a community organizer and a resident on the North Coast of California. And I'm here today to speak in support of the Karuk tribe, who is asking for their tribal lands to be kept together in District 2. The Karuk tribe recently sent a letter to the commission informing you of their community of interest, that instead of being split across districts as they are now, currently between districts 1 and 2, the Karuk tribe stated the importance of being fully connected through political representation with the Yurok and Hupa tribes, whose lands are in District 2. In particular, this political representation is really important when it comes to the restoration of fisheries and the river. Western Siskiyou was included in District 2 in the Commission's October 27th map visualization, which the Karuk tribe endorsed in their letter. However, the current draft map not only leaves Western Siskiyou in District 1, but it includes a northeast corner of Humboldt in District 1 as well. I want to commend the Commission for keeping the Karuk tribe lands together, However, they are being kept together in the current draft map in the exact opposite district that the tribe originally advocated for. The tribe sent a follow-up letter to the commission where they expressed their concerns about their lands being kept together in District 1 instead of District 2. And I quote, because our interests in water and natural resource management are more aligned with that of coastal communities, end quote. One final point I would like to make is that prior to publishing your draft maps, there was a proposed visualization that took Del Norte County out of District 2 and included it in District 1. In response, the Yurok tribe put out a press release explaining why that was against their interests and a threat to their tribal sovereignty, since their lands are located in both Del Norte and Humboldt, and putting Del Norte in District 1 would split their lands between districts. In the released draft maps, the interests of the Yurok tribe were reflected and honored, and Del Norte in the draft map was kept in District 2. And I would encourage you to give the Crook tribe that same consideration of their stated interests for their community. And finally, I would encourage the commission to review both of those letters that were sent on November 3rd and November 10th and consider making a change to the state Senate map district lines in order to reflect the community of interest comments from the Crook tribe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 071, and then up next after that will be 040. 071, I'll be promoting you now. (071), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
I will be addressing the Santa Clarita Map.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Daniel Maldonado, and I am Latino. Like Commissioner Satwani, I suggest keeping San Fernando Valley neighborhoods in a joint San Fernando Valley district. The current Santa Clarita Valley Senate map makes no sense at all, as it lumps two large areas with extremely opposite interests and needs into the same Senate district. In all honesty, there is no logic to this map outside of a population grab, or to entirely do away with the interests and needs of the residents of Santa Clarita, as it provides no benefit to us of any kind. The current map combines Santa Clarita, which has higher incomes, very low levels of poverty, low levels of crime and gang activity, a very low undocumented migrant community, strong housing development, high levels of employment, offers a better work-life balance, and is a suburban and rural community. With the densely packed San Fernando Valley East, which is 100% the opposite, and has extremely high levels of crime and gang activity, large income disparities, shockingly high levels of poverty, large numbers of low-income households, extreme amounts of homelessness, has mostly multifamily housing, and has a large undocumented migrant community who would be separated from the San Fernando Valley West that has a large community of voting qualified Latinos. I suggest creating a Senate district for Santa Clarita that joins us with comparable cities and communities to our north, east, and west, such as those in the Antelope Valley or Ventura County. These cities and communities share workforce, industries, community college interests, national forests, wildlife threats, and public safety power shutoffs. Because we are serviced by so-called Edison. We also share a large law enforcement population, which I'm sure Commissioner Taylor understands the needs and of law enforcement representation. Lastly, they are nearly identical socially and economically. Therefore, please remove the San Fernando Valley East from the Santa Clarita map and create a map that truly represents us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 040, and then up next after that will be 066. 040, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Sorry. Hello, you can stay exactly where you are right now. My name is Nahid, and I'm a resident of Santa Clarita Valley as well. And the speaker who spoke before me reflects exactly what I was going to say. Okay. San Fernando Valley and Santa Clarita Valley are the exact opposites. They have nothing in common. Santa Clarita Valley is less dense. It's a suburban community. It has newer infrastructure, newer homes, whereas San Fernando Valley is older and has more in common with Western San Fernando Valley, as the previous caller very eloquently explained. And so I just wanted to echo what he said, that San Fernando Valley has very unique set of problems with congestion, crime, poverty, homelessness, and aging infrastructure. And they really, really need focused representation. And by splitting San Fernando Valley and lumping them with Santa Clarita really, really hurts them. And doesn't represent Santa Clarita's interests either. So it would make more sense to keep San Fernando Valley communities together, and then surrounding cities that are less populated, that are newer in nature and are more similar in terms of economic drivers, together as a separate district from San Fernando Valley. And I really appreciate this panel to give ordinary resident like myself the opportunity to participate in this very important process. So thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, same. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 066, and up next after that will be caller 054. Or unique ID 066. I apologize. Unique ID 066, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Chris Kelly, and I am the mayor of the city of Hercules. We're located in the East Bay of the San Francisco Bay Area, and I would like to address the proposed Assembly District map for Solano County. This map pulls in my city of Hercules and my neighboring city of Pinole, and it makes absolutely no sense because we two cities have nothing in common with the rural cities in Solano County. Hercules and Pinole are located across the Carquinez Bridge from Solano County. We need to remain in Assembly District East Bay with our West Contra Costa cities and Alameda County. The residents of our cities were inner suburban cities, and we have very little in common with Solano. We in Hercules and Pinole, we work, shop, play throughout Contra Costa County and Alameda County. Our children attend schools in the West Contra Costa Unified School District, Albany, Berkeley, and other areas of Contra Costa. If you merge us with Solano County, we will completely lose our voice and be drowned out by other concerns. This is just not fair to our cities. The vast majority of Pinole and Hercules, we are oriented south and east. We are ethnically diverse. Most of us have moved here from bigger cities, so we have big city concerns and big city needs. I urge you to keep us in the East Bay Assembly District. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we have unique ID 054, and up next after that will be 073. 054, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'd like to discuss the state Senate map in Orange County. Cool. All right. Hello and good evening. My name is Christina Nguyen. I am a resident of Irvine in Orange County, and I'm also with the Orange County Asian and Pacific Islander Community Alliance, or OCAPICA. I understand that this commission takes numerous factors and comments into consideration, and I really would like to thank the hard work this commission has done to center our communities of interest.
I wanted to bring up that the city of Irvine has experienced a significant growth in the past decade, resulting in the city of Irvine now having the largest population of Asian Americans, along with a growing population of Pacific Islanders and MEMSA residents. The city of Costa Mesa similarly has a significant population of Pacific Islanders and Latinx populations. We feel that it's important in the redistricting process to keep the city of Irvine whole and to include the city of Costa Mesa together with it. The city of Costa Mesa has been included in the coastal cities in previous redistricting efforts. However, it actually has more in common with cities like Irvine and parts of Tustin. Their communities face similar issues around the lack of affordable housing and language access, as well as receive from our public programs that provide rental assistance and workforce development to target communities in both of these cities. While the overall state Senate draft map looks pretty good for Orange County, I wanted to flag the most serious problem in which both the city of Irvine and the larger Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin communities of interest are divided. You've heard from members of the People's Redistricting Alliance about the importance of keeping these disproportionately immigrant communities together and whole, especially as Irvine is growing rapidly. We believe that Irvine can be kept whole by balancing the population in the South County area. We also want to emphasize that any changes to the map should be made without any major changes to the districts in and around Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. You're almost there in Orange County, and we don't really want to take any steps backwards. Other than that, thank you so much for this opportunity and for all the work that you've done on behalf of our community so far.
Thank you.
And right now we will have a 073, and then up next after that will be a 043. I'll be promoting you now. 073, you can now enable your audio and video, and if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
I'd like to address Stanislaus County. Great, thank you. My name is Renee Ledbetter, and I'm a realtor and the executive director of the Ceres Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today because the preliminary maps do not reflect communities of interest within Stanislaus County or the city of Ceres. For those of you not familiar with Ceres, we have a vibrant community. We have been actively improving our downtown district and have a number of civic events each year that bring together residents from across our city and across the valley, actually. However, we do face many challenges that are shared with our neighbors here in the Central Valley, like Merced County. We simply do not have shared interest with Calaveras, Amador, Tuolumne, Alpine, Mono, or Inyo counties, which is how we have been drawn in the current Senate map. We also do not have shared interests with Fresno County. You currently have our city split up in a congressional district with half of our city being grouped with parts of the South Valley and part of our city being grouped with counties in the mountain region. Our town is very small compared to many of the major urban areas across the state. Our community needs will not be addressed if we are split up and placed with portions of the state that do not share our economic interest, our agricultural interests, and our cultural interests. Stanislaus County's treatment in the draft maps only makes this situation worse, given the commission has split the county up in such odd ways. I cannot understand the rationale behind decisions like grouping Patterson with parts of Sacramento County and then grouping Ceres with Inyo County, when Patterson and Ceres are both in the same county and much more aligned in interests and demographics. I'm concerned that the commission is carving up part of the state without a focus on common interests because it's prioritizing the interests of other regions. That is not fair to the people who live here, work here, and are raising their families here. I thank you for your time, and I ask you to please
have the maps redrawn for our region. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 043, and then up next after that will be 024. 043, I'll be promoting you now. 043, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to discuss. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm looking at ANTVICVAL and VICVAL. Hello, Commissioners. I'll wait till you get there. Great. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Mike I. I'm here on behalf of Equality California, the nation's largest statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization with hundreds of thousands of members statewide. I'm also calling as a resident of San Bernardino County. Personally, as a San Bernardino County resident, I think it would make more sense for San Bernardino County mountain communities like Yucaipa, Big Bear, Big Bear Lake, Lake Arrowhead, to be with Victorville and the High Desert in Vicval. And I would also note that numerous callers from these communities have said the same thing about the congressional maps, that they wanted to be with the High Desert because of their shared interests, priorities, and values. I'd like to thank the Commission for your recognition that our LGBT communities throughout the state should be united as much as possible, and your work to do so in the Coachella Valley with the bounds of DRA constraints in your maps. Again, I would like to express our deep disappointment that the draft assembly map still separates Desert Hot Springs and Thousand Palms from Palm Springs and Cathedral City, dividing the heart of our desert LGBTQ+ community. While Palm Springs may be widely known as a city with large LGBTQ+ population, it would be a mistake to assume that the community is confined within the city limits. Many of the LGBTQ elders in California, and now the first generation of people living with HIV, live into their senior years, live in the neighboring communities around Palm Springs, which includes Cathedral City, Desert Hot Springs, Thousand Palms, and beyond. The desert LGBTQ+ communities in Palm Springs, Cathedral City, Desert Springs, and Thousand Palms shared housing interests, small business priorities, tourism, hospitality industries, and the Palm Springs Unified School District. These communities should be united in MBCV Draft Assembly District MBCV, which already includes most of the Coachella Valley. I respectfully urge the Commission to revise the draft assembly maps to unite Desert Hot Springs and Thousand Palms, currently located in the Sika district with Palm Springs and Cathedral City and MPCV. And I respectfully urge the Commission to unite San Bernardino County mountain communities like Yucaipa, Big Bear Lake, Lake Arrowhead with Victorville and High Desert and Vicval. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 024, and then up next after that will be 074. 024, I'll be promoting you now. 024, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Katie. My name is Pedro Ramirez, and I want to resident here of the Central Valley in Tulare County. I'd like to speak on the Central Valley Senate district maps, particularly the Merced, San Benito, and Fresno map, and then the Fresno and Kern map. We respectfully urge the Commission to consider and continue to convey the message that Valley communities need to be held accountable together. So when we look at the map right now, we see that Merced has been separated from the Senate district that we currently have drafted. We want to respectfully encourage that Merced as a whole, as a county, continue to be part of the Salinas Valley for the shared interest of agricultural workers. Both of the communities have large population of immigrant and undocumented folks, Latinos. And so looking at that and how it complies with the Voting Rights Act, we encourage the Commission to further unify those communities. Those communities have very little, particularly in the Merced County area, with the current district map, with the foothill communities and the mountain communities. The foothill communities and the ag communities in Merced are not aligned. And then looking at the Southern Valley Senate District, we encouraged the commission to look at unifying Sanger with that Senate district and moving the district a little bit more into the city of Bakersfield. We appreciate the work and thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 074, and up next after that we'll have 095. 074, I'll be promoting you now. (074), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Debbie Avila, and I will be discussing the maps in Stanislaus County, the Congressional Assembly, as well as the Senate map. I'm here today because I have concerns that this commission is not giving enough attention to Stanislaus County and the communities of interest that exist here. To be frank, when you look at the maps, Stanislaus County looks like an afterthought. In the Senate, you have grouped part of our county with Stockton and Sacramento counties, and part of our county with the mountain counties and Mono and Inyo. In the Assembly, you put some of our county with a small sliver of Merced and the rest of our county with Manteca and Sacramento. In the congressional maps, the city of Modesto, our county seat is split up with part of the city going with Fresno and part of the city going with the mountain counties, and our county as a whole is split in 3 different districts. Stanislaus County does not belong with Sacramento, Fresno, Mono, Inyo, or the mountain counties. The way the maps are currently drawn really makes many of us here in the valley in Stanislaus County feel that this commission just is looking at us and giving us the leftovers in the process. Stanislaus County should be split as little as possible. Splitting this the way you have dramatically dilutes the voices of those of us who live here. Stanislaus County has a large and very vibrant Latino community. 60,000 people live in South Modesto alone, and nearly 60% of them are Latino. Ceres, Newman, Patterson, and Riverbank are also cities that are heavily Latino, and all of those cities are incorporated into maps in ways that dilute our voices. Your job as commissioners is to balance interests. Right now, it seems like you're picking winners and losers. And unfortunately, Stanislaus County is losing. Thank you for your time, and I implore you, please take another look at Stanislaus County and not dilute the voices of all of those who live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now we have 095, and up next after that will be 068. 095, I'll be promoting you now. (095), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, Gatos Bank. I work at a local nonprofit here in Santa Cruz. I'm a marathoner, and I have been following your process, which is most definitely a marathon. While my thoughts may not reflect the opinion of all of my neighbors, I believe that you have created the foundation for a solid assembly district. The portion of Santa Cruz in Benito County, the portion of Santa Cruz in the Benito district really reflects the demographic differences within Santa Cruz and ensures that no voices are diluted. You've heard from plenty of community of testimony connecting Watsonville to the Salinas Valley. And I listened in October when the Charter Schools Association gave a clear presentation showing those demographic differences. So it's great that you really unite those communities in your Assembly and Senate drafts. And I think that your lines reflect the increasingly powerful pull of the Silicon Valley on Santa Cruz. Our past has been tied to the South. However, the reality is our present and our future are increasingly tied north and over Highway 17. One clear example of that is how UC Santa Cruz opened a Silicon Valley Extension campus in the city of Santa Clara. And also that the traffic is getting so bad that my friends are starting to call their commute home the banana slog. It's also clear that these maps create positive outcomes all the way down the Central Coast, particularly the Latino communities of Western Ventura. There is, however, one area of improvement. Too much of Santa Cruz County is being put with the Mont Coast District to the south, despite our growing economic ties to the northeast. Currently, less than half of Santa Cruz County is in the Gato Cruz district. It's clear that Santa Cruz must be divided, but I'm sure that you can find a way to situate more of Santa Cruz County in the Gato Cruz district and thus unite more communities of interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 068. And up next after that will be 075. 068, I'll be promoting you now. (068), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you please remind the mapper.
Hello.
Hi, if you'll please remind the mapper what district plan, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi. I am looking at the district plan that is for the Senate, the Napa Byron area. And so let's look at that. All right, great. So I am Maribel. I am the president and co-founder of an organization based here in the Oakley-Brentwood area in Contra Costa County. So I don't know if you found, yes, you're circling just that. And so what I was a little, sorry, my 2-year-old, I was a little concerned when I'm seeing this redraw and this redistricting that they're actually including Byron in with Napa, because there's actually a big divide there that happens after the Delta, and there's not really much of a connection that happens. I'm so sorry. And what we have here is we have a big agricultural community that actually we have a lot more of the farm workers campesinos that travel from the San Joaquin County over here to the Contra Costa County. So what I would like seen, and I know that you guys worked really hard on this, but if we could please try and keep in mind that a lot of the farm workers actually travel between Byron and, Victoria Island, Stockton, Tracy. So we're looking at that area. So that's that Byron, that Knightson area does not really go up, but they go over. And so I would really like to keep all of those people and their interests connected. Yes, there's a lot of agricultural that happens up north, but we're not really going up towards that direction as much as we are going towards the other. So yeah. And I definitely hear a lot of people calling in and, with separating certain cities that have higher Latino populations. And I hope that we can keep that in mind and keeping these districts together. So again, Contra Costa, Byron areas, keeping it with the San Joaquin areas,
15 seconds.
I think would be best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 075, and up next after that will be 060. 075, I'll be promoting you now. (075), it appears that you do not have the connectivity at this time to do the audio and video option. I will be doing the audio only option at this time. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute.
Okay, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Excellent, thank you. This is regarding Senate District for East Ventura and San Fernando Valley. Hello, my name is Brian Kane, and I'm a resident of Simi Valley here in Ventura County, where my wife and I have lived for 32 years. I recently retired after 38 years building space satellites, including your XM radio and DirecTV and some other things. I've been appointed to the executive board for Simi Valley Neighborhood Council number 4, and I'm very grateful to the commissioners for your tireless work to improve our state's representation. The Senate district combines Simi, Thousand Oaks, and some San Fernando Valley communities, and that looks good, although I would add Santa Clarita and Stevenson Ranch and maybe reallocate the portions of the San Fernando Valley to make this district more homogeneous. And that's regarding the Senate district. In terms of the Assembly district, we prefer to keep Simi, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks together. We also have Malibu. And with regard to Malibu, that's maybe not so homogeneous. Certainly like all those folks down there and their beautiful coastline, but Simi, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks are a little more homogeneous and a bit dissimilar to Malibu. I do respectfully request that you revise the state assembly and Senate, as well as congressional districts in our area. As you revise these, that you keep Simi Valley, Moore Park, Thousand Oaks, and Santa Clarita together in one district. We have common interests in demographics, including school districts, the aerospace industry, and similar topography of mountain ridges and valleys. And that's important in terms of the management of forestry and fire prevention. I do believe that the San Fernando Valley communities have common interests as well and would be better served if they are kept together in respective districts. Their common interests are schools under Los Angeles Unified School District Management, their traffic and safety, and community commerce and cohesion.
30 seconds.
And thank you. And keeping those communities together with the revised district boundaries will enable their representatives to identify and promote issues important to the San Fernando Valley communities. I appreciate your consideration on my request, and we thank you again for the work that you're doing in our communities.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 060, and up next after that is 064. I'd like to invite unique ID 047, 048, 050, 057, 072 to please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. It is session 2, and you do have a slot to make comment during this session. 060, I'll be promoting you now. (060) You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of the district plan and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Ayuki Nanithwatium Terry Sapahan. I am the Executive Director of the True North Organizing Network, a multi-race, multi-faith social justice organization. And I'm here to comment in the far northwest corner of the state, in the Humboldt, Siskiyou County State Senate District map. I'm not speaking as representing my organization, but as an enrolled tribal member in the Karuk tribe. And that specific corner of Humboldt County that has been moved into Siskiyou County's district, I want to believe that the commission was trying to respond in support of the Karuk tribe, and the Yurok tribe also issued letters this past week. And that particular line that you see there, in attempting to create a support for the tribe's ancestral territory, actually makes a mistake. That line should remain in Humboldt County. What the tribe was trying to do, what the Karuk tribe was trying to do, as I understand it, was to move that line west into Humboldt County, so that the tribe has properties, assets, ancestral territory that goes east and west. But the mistake was that it moved toward, included that part there of western Siskiyou County when it really should have stayed in eastern Humboldt County. Perfect. Whoever's doing your maps is doing a great job. You folks are tireless. It was said from the gentleman from Simi Valley, you guys have been tireless. We all want to thank you for the effort. Thanks for running the marathon with us. That's all.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 064, and up next after that will be 076. 064, I'll be promoting you now. 064, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'd like to address the map for Senate District 12. I'm Pamela Merritt Bennett, and I'm a member of the Merced Black Parallel School Board. We are a community organization established to ensure equitable access and protection in public educational institutions for our African American or Black students. Specifically, we work parallel with local school boards to close the educational opportunity gap, to advocate for educational equity and social and emotional affirmation, as well as to improve academic outcomes for African American students. The past 2 years are the first time in my entire adult life that I have been able to see the interests of children of color, especially those in rural areas such as Merced County, brought to the dais of the California Senate. Furthermore, it happened only because the Black Parallel School Board was able to work together with other like-minded constituent groups in Senate District 12. This will no longer happen if Senate District 12 is dissected as proposed. If any of District 12 is placed with the foothills, the voting efficacy of the marginalized voting groups, such as African Americans, Latinx, and Southeast Asians, will be not just negatively impacted, but completely nullified. That consequence will last for a minimum of 10 years and maybe even decades longer. The larger coalition of communities of interest that we've been able to rally around school district LCAP funding and broadband issues will have to be resurrected, and that is no minor feat. Monterey, Merced counties, and other agricultural areas in Senate District 12 have similar enough interest to allow for at least some of the concerns of African Americans to be seriously forwarded to the state level of government. Moving the line to the east is also not helpful in that it will disrupt the new alliances that African American voters in Merced County have been able to make with some Monterey County voters. African Americans make up only about 6% of the population in the state, and even less in rural areas such as Central Valley. It has been virtually impossible for us in the Valley to elect officials who would seriously consider our concerns to the point that they are actually fostered legislation around it. So we would really appreciate your keeping as much of Senate District 12 together as possible. And if you have to draw a line, to my untrained eye, it might be down toward the south. And
Thank you.
And right now we will have a 076, and then up next after that will be 046. 076, I'll be promoting you now. 076, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please run the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
San Diego County. Good evening, everyone. My name is Janine Arakat. I'm a policy associate with the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans and have lived in San Diego for 25 years. First, I want to thank you for your continued service and thoughtful dedication to the process and the countless hours you have spent listening to the public. Today, I'm calling on behalf of Black, African, Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, immigrant, and refugee communities in San Diego in the neighborhoods of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Southeast San Diego, Spring Valley, and El Cajon. And I'll be speaking on Senate, Assembly, and congressional maps since I was not able to get appointment time on the other days. As residents of City Heights, La Mesa, Lemon Grove, Southeast San Diego, Spring Valley, we have shared needs such as increased affordable housing, equitable transportation access, language access, socioeconomic status, wanting to see improved refugee resettlement, and the decriminalization of our communities. In the Senate draft maps, please protect and pair the Black Hub's community of interest in a similar manner to the state assembly plan. I ask that you do not pair City Heights with Humboldt or with coastal or downtown San Diego communities. In the new assembly draft maps, I ask that you keep the city of El Cajon whole and do not pair us with Santee. When you split El Cajon, you are splitting a significant community of interest, the Arab community, who's already disenfranchised by being invisible in the census. I speak on behalf of over 50,000 Arab and Middle Eastern El Cajon residents when I urge you not to split El Cajon, but instead pair us with other BIPOC and immigrant communities in the Mesa areas. In the congressional draft map, City Heights is split and paired with Santee. As I've shared and many others from San Diego have shared, City Heights and Santee have no shared interests. In the new draft maps, I ask that you keep all of City Heights and Southeast Toll in a district together, and I urge you to keep our communities of interest together and give us a chance to bring change to our communities and to take into consider the maps presented by the California Block Census and Redistricting Hub, which were informed by countless months of community of interest testimony. Thank you for your time and consideration of our community. Have a wonderful day, and I look forward to seeing the next draft maps.
Thank you.
And right now we will have a 046, and then up next after that will be 047. 046, I'll be promoting you now. (046), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan you would like to address and region, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you confirm you can hear me okay? I'm on my mobile.
We sure can.
All right, thank you. I am calling for Fresno County in the state Senate. Hi, Commission. My name is Ariana, and I live in Merced in the Central Valley. I want to discuss the draft Senate maps for Merced County. I'm a college student here in Merced, and I have attended UC Merced. Here in the Central Valley, we are very proud of UC Merced. It is a major pride point that after many years of fighting and advocating, we got a UC campus. UC Merced is a major part of the culture here in the city of Merced, Merced County, and the Central Valley as a whole. So it is really disappointing to see your draft ECA map where you put the college campus, the city, and the entire county in a Senate district with a bunch of mountain counties that have nothing in common with the Central Valley. It is confusing because you have Merced with other valley districts in your Assembly and Congress draft maps. Merced belongs in a valley-based Senate district too. I ask that you do right by UC Merced students, the residents of Merced, and the Central Valley Latino community, and put us back in a Senate district with our fellow Valley communities, not the Sierras. Many students in the Central Valley look to UC Merced as their best chance to be the first in their family to earn a college degree, especially Latino families. Your biggest and most important obligation in the Central Valley is to make strong and effective Latino voting rights districts. Part of that mission means you must bring Merced back into a Senate district with the Valley floor. I strongly urge the Commission, in particular the two Valley Commissioners, to work towards creating a stronger Latino VRA district and keeping our Valley communities out of districts with the Sierras. Look back at your November 2nd maps as better options for the Valley. And I do apologize, I meant to say Merced County, not Fresno County. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 047, and up next after that will be 057. 047, I'll be promoting you now. (047), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello. Can you guys hear me good?
We sure can.
Okay, thank you. I am going to talk about Senate District 23, San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana, food accessibility. Hello, my name is Chiquita Turman, and I work in the city of San Bernardino, and I'm here to talk about the African American communities in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana. I was looking over the Black Hub Senate map for the Inland Empire and the Commission's draft map, and personally, I support the Black Hubs map. Often when I'm driving to work in San Bernardino, I see people on the street holding up signs saying that they are hungry. It's very sad to me. I myself am a mother of 2 young kids, and I'm often concerned if I will have enough money to buy food for the month. It's important to me that my family have good quality food to eat for the sake of their health. And San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana have common concerns about food accessibility. For example, 88% of the people who live in San Bernardino have lack of access to quality foods. And this becomes a burden to our society because lack of proper diet can contribute to malnutrition, heart disease, hypertension, and a lack of other diseases. Access to food is fundamental to human existence. I believe in being a part of solutions and not just talking about the problems. So my cousin and I, we did a pop-up shop where we gave backpacks filled with food to kids. Our communities don't have grocery stores like the more affluent communities. This is why it is important that you draw maps that keep our communities together so that we can advocate for the importance of our community needs. The way the commissions have drafted the map for the Senate District 23, it breaks up our communities of interest and it dilutes our voices and limits our power when it comes to addressing food accessibility. I'm here to ask the commissions to keep our communities together in your Senate state maps for the Inland Empire. I'm here to ask you to draw maps that keep communities of interest together. Pair San Bernardino with Rialto and the Black communities in Fontana. This will protect the voting strength of the African-American communities who celebrate the same cultural events, Juneteenth and Black History Month. This will ensure that we can improve our access to food accessibilities. Thank you for listening to me and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Right now we have 057, and up next after that will be 048. 057, I'll be promoting you now. (057), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The map I will be referring to is Garden Grove, Westminster in Orange County.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Charlene Kausner, a resident of Garden Grove. I am with Pacific Islander Health Partnership, a nonprofit organization which is based in Garden Grove and serves the Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander communities advocating for good health and well-being. Thank you, commissioners, for your dedication and hard work on the redistricting process. It is important that the cities of Garden Grove and Westminster be drawn together as we are disproportionately low income. Many households speak a language other than English, live in multi-generational households, earn minimum wage, and share the need for social services and affordable housing. There are numerous small businesses from faith-based organizations and civic clubs that live in these cities, and we urge you to keep them together on the map. Pairing Garden Grove and Westminster with the Beach Coast communities is not a good fit because the majority of our community are service workers, own small businesses, and earn low wages as compared to the Beach Coast communities. Again, we would like to thank the Commission for your continued effort and hard work on the redistricting process. Have a good evening.
You as well. Thank you.
And right now we will have 048, and up next after that will be 050. And I'd like to invite 072. You do have an appointment during this session number 2. If you will please use the raise your hand option at the bottom of your screen. 048, I'll be promoting you now. 048, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, hi, my name is Letitia. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm going to be referencing SD 23, San Bernardino Inland Empire. My name is Letitia. Like I said, I'm a San Bernardino native, and I'm here to ask the commission to keep our communities together and in your Senate maps for the Inland Empire, and most importantly to me, to draw maps that keep communities of interest together. I have a question. Can you guys see my video?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. I am currently working as an in-home care provider and for the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools for over 6 years. Today, I'm here to talk about the African American community in the cities of San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana. I'm aware of both the Black Hubs Commission map and the Commission's map. I am in the belief that the Black Hub map is more uniform and in alignment with the needs of my community of interest. Um, I cannot see. Okay, yes. San Bernardino is right on the right upper corner, and this is the map that was proposed by the hub, and it keeps us all together and whole. Um, San Bernardino, Rialto, and Fontana, we all share common concerns about education and the many schools in our communities. I'm a widowed mother of 6 with 4 children in attending schools in San Bernardino and Rialto districts. My communities need increased access to higher education and increased opportunities to afford college. The way the commission has drafted the map for Senate District 23 breaks up my community and limits our power when it comes to addressing quality education. Please keep our communities of interest together, pair San Bernardino with Rialto and Fontana, and keep our cities whole. This will ensure the protection of our voting strength of the African American community who worship together, live together, and learn together. And this will ensure that we can improve our access to quality education. Thank you to the commission for your time and
30
your
seconds.
consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And Katie, let's take that last caller before break.
Absolutely. Caller 050, I'll be promoting you now. Zero 50, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please run the mapper of what region you'd like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi. I will be talking about San Bernardino in the Inland Empire. Hi, my name is Lakeisha. My name is Lakeisha Bodie, and I am a mother of 7. I am a mother of 7. I am a mother of 7, and education is very important to me. If my children don't have a good education, chances are they will not be able to earn a good job, making livable wages. I live in San Bernardino, and all of our communities in the Inland Empire have common concerns about the need for quality jobs, the lack of jobs that offer livable wages in our communities. It is very troubling to many people in our communities work full-time, 40, 50, 60 hours a week and still can't make ends meet. I compare the Black Hubs map for the Inland Empire with your maps, and I support the Black Hubs map. The way the commission has drafted the Senate map for the IE separates our communities of interest and muffles our power. When it comes to addressing quality jobs, I am here to ask the commission to keep our community together in your Senate maps for the Inland Empire. I am here to ask you to draw maps that keep communities of interest together. Please pair San Bernardino, Rialto, and our Black communities in Fontana together. This will ensure the protection of the voting strength of the African American communities who share a common culture and celebrate cultures such as Kwanzaa. This will ensure that we can improve our access to quality jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll pause to go to a meal break or a lunch break. We will return at 6:45. As a reminder, if you're calling without an appointment, please do not hang up as you will lose your place in line. So hang on, we are eager to get to your calls as well. And with that, we'll return at 6:45. Thank you. Welcome back, California and community members. Time flies when you're eagerly awaiting public input. Hope everyone is refreshed and ready for the evening push. Could I have the Spanish interpreter provide our language line number? I'm sorry. Yes, Could I have the Spanish interpreter provide our language line number where the public can listen to today's meeting in Spanish?
Hi, Chair. This is Margarita, Spanish interpreter. Did you want the full call-in instructions?
No, just
No,
correct.
Okay.
Same as the beginning.
Okay, sounds good. Para los hispanohablantes que deseen escuchar esta reunión en español, tienen que marcar el 888-566-1377 para escuchar la reunión en español e ingresar el número de identificación 389-1010. De nuevo, el número de teléfono es el 888-566-1377 y por favor ingresen el número de identificación de la reunión 389-1010 para escuchar la reunión en español. Si desea dar comentario público, el número de teléfono a marcar es el 877-853-5247. De nuevo, el número de teléfono para dar sus aportes es el 877-853-5247. Necesitará ingresar el número 819-3562-1319. Usted va a necesitar marcar este nuevo número de teléfono para poder dar su comentario público. Si usted va a usar o necesitar a un intérprete para proveer sus aportes o comentarios, se le proveerá un intérprete cuando llame a este número de teléfono. Si usted está llamando para hablar, por favor no vaya a colgar, sino va a perder su lugar en la fila. Gracias. Thank you.
Gracias, thank you. We're going to pick up where we left off with our registered callers. When we complete those, we'll move into public comment. Back in your capable hands, Katie.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the draft map feedback session. If you have not done so already, and if you have a unique ID that ends anywhere from 001 through 099, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. You will be identified by your assigned unique ID number received in your invite for this session. When it is your turn to speak, I will promote you to have the ability to enable your own video and/or audio in your lower left corner of your screen. Public input time limit is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds and 15 seconds remaining in your speaking time. There will also be an active timer on the screen for your convenience. When you start your input, please identify which district plan and region you will be providing input on. And one more time, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the comment queue line indicating you are present and ready to comment. And that is for any unique ID number ending from 001 through 099. We will be starting out with unique ID 087, and then up next after that will be 084. 087, I will be promoting you now. 087, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Ana Charco, and I am the Program Associate for the Community Engagement and Advocacy Department at Latino Health Access, which is located in Santa Ana in Orange County. Latino Health Access have been proudly working alongside community residents for 27 years to improve the social determinants of health in our city. We appreciate all the long hours you and the line drivers have put into balancing so many diverse communities of interest throughout the state. Santa Ana is primarily composed of low-income and mixed immigration status Latinx families, meaning that their families include undocumented U.S. residents and citizens family members. They are extremely hardworking families, but with many employed in essential jobs that are often overlooked and underpaid. This makes affordable housing difficult, as more than 80% of our residents in Santa Ana are tenants spending majority of their incomes in rent. The city includes numerous communities of interest, including immigrants, low-income families, families without medical insurance, and mixed immigration status. These communities of interest are shared with those in West Anaheim and South Fullerton. who also share the need for equitable and affordable housing and need for social resources and services. I also want to acknowledge and thank you for drawing a VRA district around Latinx communities in Orange County. In Central Orange County, we truly appreciate the Commission's shift towards a configuration similar to Federal Voting Rights Act in districts at the Assembly and congressional levels, like those levels in the Senate, together aligned with like those levels, the Senate districts draws the Santa Ana community of interest together with the aligned South Fullerton and West Anaheim communities of interest. These communities have numerous shared interests, including the need for affordable housing and common concerns with policing and immigration performance, as well as the need to be heard and be accounted for. We do want to flag that this district divides two other communities of interest, the Korean American communities of interest in North Buena Park and Northwest Fullerton, as well as the Amesa community spanning south of Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in LA County. We want to emphasize that any changes to the map should be made without major changes to the district in and around Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. If you're almost there in Orange County, and we wouldn't want to take step backwards. Once again, thank you for your time, hard work, and dedication in taking our testimonies and considerations. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 084, and up next after that will be 096. 084, I'll be promoting you now. .084, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, hello. I'm addressing Santa Ana in Orange County. Can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Maria. Okay, thank you. My name is Maria Estela Valencia. I am a Santa Ana resident and a community organizer with Orange County Congregations Community Organization. So the area that I'm addressing is Santa Ana in Orange County. OCO works with congregations and community leaders across the county on issues of housing and immigration and education. First of all, I would like to thank and acknowledge the hard work of the commission. I would like to uplift the importance of Santa Ana's Latinx community. This is a community that is low income, immigrant, mixed status, and monolingual households. Another concern for this community is equitable housing. The majority of the residents are rent burdened. The same can be said for both West Anaheim and South Fullerton. Overall, the state Senate draft map looks pretty good for Orange County. In Central Orange County, we truly appreciate the commission's recent shift towards a configuration similar to Federal Voting Rights Act districts at the Assembly and congressional levels. Like those levels, the Senate district draws Santa Ana community of interest together. These communities have numerous shared interests, including the need for affordable housing and common concerns with policing and immigration enforcement. We do want to flag this district divides two other communities of interest, the Korean American in North Buena Park and Northwest Fullerton, as well as the Amensa community spanning the South Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in Los Angeles County. We want to emphasize that any changes to the map should be made without major changes to the district in and around Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and Fullerton. We would also, in Orange County, we wouldn't want to take, we're almost there in Orange County, and we wouldn't want to take steps backward. Again, thank you for your time, and we appreciate all this effort that you guys are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 096, and up next after that will be 090. 096, I'll be promoting you now. .096, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you would please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm Margaret. I live in Marin County, and I'm addressing the SD and CD North Coast map, draft map. I've lived in Marin for over 45 years. I'm an avid mountain biker and hiker, but what has kept me here for all these years is the coast. I share with the residents up the north coast of the Oregon border one common value, and that is that the coast be protected. We support the regulation of industries to ensure its preservation, and we endorse new legislation to address the challenges like climate change. And we expect our legislators to prioritize the coastline. It's vital that we have cohesive representation and leadership. For several years, I commuted to Healdsburg in Sonoma County for work. I have seen the many expansions and improvements in Highway 101 that have served that region's growth. And gee whiz, I wish I could have used the SMART train then to commute. The SMART train over the past few years has deepened the connection between Marin and Sonoma County and will do so more as it expands over the next 10 years. I've spent some time watching your meetings, and I'm so impressed to see the evolution and the creative solutions. One change which particularly stands out is how you reduced the splits in Sonoma County from 3 to 2. I'll conclude by saying how deeply grateful I am for your proposed maps for the North Bay. You truly listened to the intersecting needs of the North Bay region. And while you might need to make some small changes, you have followed our natural north-south configuration, and you've respected our communities of interest. Thank you, and thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 090, and up next after that will be 082. 090, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm going to address Orange County. My name is Rashad Aldabag. I live in Tustin, and I'm here on behalf of the Arab American Civic Council based in Anaheim's Little Arabia District. The Arab American Civic Council is also a member of the People's Redistricting Alliance. Thank you for your hard work over the past few months. Our communities, the Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, South Asian communities, the Amemsa communities, are an integral part of the state. For our communities, it's important to keep Buena Park south of the 5 freeway, La Palma and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in Los Angeles County together. Overall, the state Senate draft map looks pretty good for Orange County. We truly appreciate the Commission's recent shift in and around the Santa Ana area toward a configuration similar to the Federal Voting Rights Act district at the Assembly and congressional levels, and are pleased that Little Arabia in Anaheim is whole in that district. We do want to flag that this district divides the Amemsa, the Arab, Muslim, Middle Eastern, and South Asian communities, spanning South Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in Los Angeles County. While the Amemsa community would prefer to remain whole in an Orange County-based district, community leaders recognize that Cerritos and Artesia have been drawn into a required adjacent Los Angeles-based VRA district. We want to emphasize that any changes to the map should be made without major changes to the district in and around Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. You're almost there in Orange County, and we wouldn't want to take steps backward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we have 082, and up next after that will be 081. 082, I'll be promoting you now. 082, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address today, the floor is yours.
I'll be talking about Assembly for San Joaquin County, particularly around the Stockton area. Should I begin?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kristen Nimmers. I'm an organizing coordinator with the Black Census and Redistricting Hub, working with our coalition partners in Central Valley. I'm calling to provide feedback on maps on the assembly level for San Joaquin County, particularly Stockton and the surrounding communities of August, Garden Acres, and Murata. It's appreciated that the commission has kept Stockton whole, which is significant and protects low-income Black and Brown communities that are significantly impacted by poverty, historic disinvestment in their communities and schools, low life expectancy rates, environmental issues, and over-policing. However, the commission's current line cuts through Black communities in August, Garden Acres, and Murata, which face similar issues and are connected to Stockton and should be kept whole and within the same district as Stockton. The commission should shift the western boundary of the assembly district to fully capture those communities, keeping them whole and united. It's important that these communities are kept together so that they can address these collective issues facing all of them. Thank you for your time and consideration of this input.
Thank you.
Right now we have 081, and then up next after that will be 093. 081, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to go to El Monte in the San Gabriel Valley region in Los Angeles County.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Great. Good evening. My name is Amy Wong. I live in El Monte and work at Active San Gabriel Valley, a community-based nonprofit advancing environmental justice in the SGV. I'd like to first thank the Commission for keeping El Monte and South El Monte grouped together at the Senate and congressional levels. El Monte and South El Monte are working-class environmental justice communities ranked in the top 10% most pollution burdened in the state, so it's important for us to stay united. At the Assembly level, I do appreciate that El Monte is included in the West San Gabriel Valley API Majority District, as we do have a sizable API population. I recommend switching Pico Rivera with the Puente Valley region. This includes La Puente, Avocado Heights, Bassett, South San Jose Hills, and unincorporated Whittier, and unincorporated Puente Valley. Pico Rivera is not recognized as part of the San Gabriel Valley, whereas the Puente Valley region is. I'd also like to provide comment on the draft congressional districts. The draft map divides the Asian American Pacific Islander community in the West San Gabriel Valley and dilutes our voting power. This is unacceptable. The Commission needs to unite Monterey Park, Alhambra, and Rosemead with other neighboring AAPI majority cities like San Gabriel, Temple City, and Arcadia. I urge you to support the November 2nd congressional visualizations as a solution. In this way, our park poor communities can continue organizing on environmental justice issues like more resources for our San Gabriel Mountains. Community organizing is what led to the mountains gaining national monument status in 2014. Excluding our community from the mountains makes it difficult for us to have a say in how the mountains are managed and protected. The only way a community can have meaningful influence over their federal public lands is to have a member of Congress who represents them and who has a public land in their congressional district. The November 2nd visualization should be adjusted so several congressional districts extend north into the Angeles National Forest. SFV 1102 and Glen Tube BA 1102 should be extended as far north as possible into the forest, and a kilometer of national forest should be added north of Azusa to COV 1102. Azusa is a gateway city to the forest, with Highway 39 as the main corridor. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 093, and then up next after that will be 094. I'd like to invite unique ID 08072, 081, and 083. I apologize, 091. To please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen, as it is your session to give comment. Right now we have 093. I'll be promoting you. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours. Unique ID 093, you should be seeing an unmute prompt in the center of your screen.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
My name is Patricia Ramos Anderson. I'm with LULAC, president of the Merced County Council, 3072. Historically, communities of interest in Merced County include San Benito County, Madera, Fresno County, and Monterey County. They've created an environment of all for one and one for all and meaningful civic engagement. This has brought about change within this region. Key points. Communities of interest is vital in addressing the minority vote according to the Voting Rights Act, especially rural multicultural agricultural communities from Pacheco Pass, both sides, Merced County, and again, our other communities of interest. 2, the issues have been health, education, water, labor, addressing inequities of infrastructure improvements, especially in our unincorporated communities. The third one, the proposed map does not reflect inclusion but division within both sides of the Pacheco Pass. Merced County, including San Benito County and the other Fresno County and Madera, Merced has nothing in common with Iona, Mono, Amador counties in the counties, and also with Monterey. We have San Benito, Madera, and Fresno as counties which make up our communities of interest. More importantly, we have to also include the city of Salinas. It's very key. The proposed map work in SD 12 absolutely works against the spirit of the Voting Rights Act and real intent of communities of interest to identify and address their issues. Also elect a representative of their choice. The 2020 census data confirms the significant demographic changes continue to transform Merced County. Latinos, who comprise 33% of the total population, 1990 comprised to 62%. Latinos are now approaching 2/3 of the county population. In closing, while the Latino population has increased dramatically in the past 30 years, opportunities for disadvantaged populations to elect candidates of their choice has not kept up to pace. The Fair Maps Act 2019 and the Federal Voting Act, VRA, we need to do more than to maintain the status quo and simply move a few census tracts between districts, but in this case, move half the county of Merced. This proposed map absolutely does not meet the community of interest and will do more to maintain the status quo. 1, we must keep the said county intact with other communities of interest, including San Benito County, Madera, Fresno County, and Madera, and SD 12, and includes Sacramento. Thank you very much for your time. We must work together and support and be inclusive and not divisive. And the plan is divisive at this.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 094. And up next after that will be 083. 094, I'll be promoting you now. (094). You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening to the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding the proposed map. I'm a 35-year resident of Tustin and a former resident of Irvine. I am also a Tustin council member. I would like to address the maps involving Tustin, Irvine, and Costa Mesa. Tustin is currently slotted to be in the IOC district with only the northern part of Irvine north of the 405 freeway included. Tustin shares many interests with all of Irvine as well as Costa Mesa. Students in the Tustin area attend some schools in Irvine, and some Irvine residents attend Tustin schools. We share a border along Jamboree. Both cities' residents utilize the same shopping centers, grocery stores, schools, worship centers, and recreational opportunities. We have the same challenges with the open space development of the Great Park and the Tustin Legacy. We have similar demographics with diverse populations and income levels. Tustin and Irvine often work together on public work projects and traffic patterns that affect both of our populations. As a council member, we often have conversations with Irvine council members about similar issues that affect both communities. Tustin and Irvine share the same communities of interest as well as Costa Mesa, who also has similar demographics. Tustin and Irvine are very different than Brea, Fullerton, or Yorba Linda, and Tustin and Irvine should not be lumped in with that group. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 083, and up next after that will be 091. 083, I'll be promoting you now. (083), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, commissioners, and for all of your efforts with the redistricting efforts. My name is Juana Torres. I'm here representing Nature for All. I'm also an avid user of the San Gabriel Mountains and a longtime activist working on the protection of our local public lands. My brief comments focus on the cities from Silmar on the east, all the way west to the city of Rancho Cucamonga. These are the foothill cities that lie just to the south of the Angeles and western San Bernardino National Forest. These cities are found along the 210 freeway. We believe these cities form a community of interest based on their proximity and relationship to the mountains. We've given numerous comments in the past on the importance of keeping these foothill cities connected and unified to the forest by ensuring that they are located in the same congressional districts. So in other words, we've recommended in the past that these cities along the 210, that these cities and the mountains both be in the same congressional districts. And that will allow, of course, the people of these cities who are the users of these mountains to have a say in the management of the forest. You heard our comments, and on November 2nd, you released visualizations that followed a good part of these recommendations. We were really excited. And then, however, in the latest set of maps that were released last week, we saw once again that the mountains and these foothill cities had once again been kind of broken apart and not unified. And so I'm here to ask that you please adopt the November 2nd visualizations for the geographic area that we're talking about. Another positive thing about these November 2nd maps was that it also kept intact the API community in the West San Gabriel Valley. The current ones seem to have split up the API community. So please adopt the November 2nd maps for this geographic area. And the only improvement that I would offer to the November 2nd maps is that the boundaries of the districts be included, that they go to the north, so that the congressional
15.
district boundary lines up with the forest boundary. It's all public land. So just having that boundary be extended would make a great difference for the people, for them to have a say in how the mountains are managed.
Thank you.
And right now we will have 091, and then up next after that will be unique ID 072. 091, I'll be promoting you now. There appears to be a connectivity issue with promoting for the audio and video option. We will be doing the audio only option at this time. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. Unique ID 091, you should be seeing an unmute button in the center of your screen asking you to unmute. One more time, unique ID 091. It is your turn. If you are there, your hand is raised. There may be some type of connectivity issue. I go ahead and try and give 072 a chance, and I will come back to you, 091. In one moment, please. 072. Ah! Hey, promoting you now. All right, 072. Oh, there it goes. All right, I'm going to try again. 072, we're going to go ahead and go with the audio only option at this time. 072, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. There you are. The floor is yours.
Yes. My name is Faye Lane. I was elected to serve as a trustee on the Ceres Unified School District School Board in 2007 and continued to serve as a trustee. Throughout my time on the school board, I have seen Ceres and Stanislaus County struggle for state and federal resources and have seen us get passed over for wealthy urban areas and places on the coast. I fear that the maps you have currently drawn will only make this problem worse. Ceres does not belong with the counties in the foothills as you have them drawn in the current Senate map. We also should not be split in congressional districts, with half of our population being placed with a district that includes Fresno and half of our population being placed with the counties in the foothills. It makes little sense to me how this commission could consider half of a city of just shy of 50,000 residents to have common interests with two dramatically different parts of the state. Visualization from November 2nd did a much better of preserving the interest of the valley than the current maps. The city of Ceres and our county as a whole has much more in common with Merced County than counties to the far south or to the counties in the foothills. Our economics are much aligned. Our water interests are aligned. As someone who works in education, I have also seen how our educational framework and educational challenges are aligned. I ask you to please consider these things as you draft final maps and to consider revisiting the visualization from November 2nd. The residents of Ceres and Stanislaus County cannot be afforded as an afterthought in this process. I thank you for your time and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
At this time, I am going to go ahead and read the instructions for general public comment, which will then be followed by the instructions translated by our wonderful interpreters. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 819-356. One moment. 3562-1319. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And if I could have Margarita or Jose, please do the full call and instructions as well.
Most certainly.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Esta es la siguiente. Enseguida le daré las instrucciones para llamar con el fin de maximizar la transparencia y la participación del público en nuestro proceso. Los comisionados ahora escucharán comentarios del público por teléfono. Para llamar, marque el número de teléfono que aparece en la transmisión en vivo, el cual es el 877-853-5247. Cuando se le solicite que ingrese el número de identificación de la reunión, el cual es el 819-3562-1319. Y cuando se le pida que introduzca una identificación de participante, simplemente oprima el teclado del numeral. Una vez que haya marcado, se le colocará en una lista de espera. Para indicar que desea comentar, por favor, pulse el asterisco o estrella 9, así levantará la mano para que el moderador, la moderadora se entere. Cuando le toque hablar, oirá el siguiente mensaje. El presentador desea que hable. En ese momento pulse el asterisco o estrella 6 para hablar. Si desea dar su nombre, por favor, dígalo y deletréelo para que conste en actas. No está obligado o obligada a dar su nombre para dar un comentario público. Asegúrese de silenciar su ordenador o el audio de la transmisión en vivo para evitar cualquier sonido de trasfondo o distorsión durante su comentario. Mientras espera en la lista para hablar, esté atento para cuando sea su turno de hablar y le repito que baje el volumen de la transmisión en directo. La comisión aplicará un límite de tiempo de 2 minutos para los comentarios del público. Gracias. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you. And as a reminder to our listening public, if your intention is to provide input today, you must call in before 8 p.m. or until the queue is exhausted. So thank you. And Katie, let's go ahead and begin with our callers.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I would like to remind those that have called in to please press *9, indicating you've called in to give comment this evening. It will make us move along. Caller 7547, you will be first, and then up next after that will be caller 2717. Caller 7547, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 47547. You'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Great. Hi, Susan Perlson. I am calling about the Assembly District LAOSB draft. And I must say, just on a personal note, I was rather saddened when the Tustin council members spoke about how Brea and La Habra just don't fit in the lower area without much explanation. But anyway, that's on an aside. But I live in northern Orange County in Brea area. And I was speaking about how I really feel Brea and La Habra have more in common with Fullerton and nothing at all in common with the district that is represented with Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, Orange Hills, which are all wealthy, high-end communities. And they take pride in that. Very well planned out, and I just feel we would lose our representation for a very long time in terms of the breakdown of demographics. And we support affordable housing for people to live in. We support diversity and ethnicity. And I just don't feel that that is represented in some of the wealthier enclaves. And I look at Brea as being more middle class. So I'm just looking for representation that I feel we would lose for a long time. And my community of interest are Fullerton, La Habra, Diamond Bar, the regions that already exist in our current assembly district. Anyway, so that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much for all that you're doing. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah, right now we will have caller 2717. And as we will be giving everyone a chance to speak, but I would like to remind those, if you would please press *9 to raise your hand. Makes it a little easier. Right now we have caller 2717. That is our only raised hand. Maybe that'll help. Caller 2717, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. My name is Elizabeth Higgins Rurup, and I live in the community of Lakeside in San Diego County, and I'm speaking on your proposed FEC's Senate map. I have lived in Lakeside or East County almost all my life, and I am a real estate broker. I've been in the real estate business for 50 years. I have been participated in many committees for the County of San Diego, school districts, and planning groups out in this area. I just have a couple questions and like to comment on those. I'd like to wonder, why is Lakeside, the community I live in, being split in half? One side of the 67 is in Mission Beach and Pacific Beach, while the other side of 67 is with Needles, California, and Chula Vista. And these are very different communities and different areas of San Diego County. I appreciate the hard work the commission has done, because I know it's a very time-consuming venture for all of you. I'd like to share that I believe the current draft maps for state Senate do not represent my community. The draft maps separate many of the East County San Diego sister communities such as Lakeside, Alpine, Descanso, Jamul, Santee, Poway, Rancho San Diego, El Cajon, and Ramona. We have shared economic, social, and cultural interests for many years, such as water districts, school districts, and tribes. We need to be kept together. We are unincorporated communities and have more in common with small cities like El Cajon, Santee, and Poway than we do with the city of San Diego or with desert communities such as Brawley or Needles. We should not be placed in districts with North Park, Chula Vista, Pacific Beach, or...
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 7350, and then up next after that we will go ahead and give unique ID 091 another shot. Caller 7350, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. My name is Kevin Warner. I am the city administrator in the city of Ripon, which is located in San Joaquin County. The city of Ripon has been included in both Senate District ECA and Congressional District ECA maps, which the Ripon City Council is requesting be reconsidered. Ripon is the second smallest city in San Joaquin County with a population of 16,000 residents that is located along the Stanislaus River, which is the most southern boundary that separates San Joaquin County from Stanislaus County. For some reason that we believe may have been a mistake, the city of Ripon is the only San Joaquin County city that has been included in both of these Senate District ECA and the Congressional District ECA maps. The issues facing the jurisdictions located in these ECA districts are very different than the issues facing San Joaquin County and the cities within San Joaquin County, specifically as it relates to transportation, water, and emergency response. It is important for the city of Ripon to be in the same district with other San Joaquin County cities as this gives us the strongest voice advocating for local and regional priorities to our representatives. The Ripon City Council is strongly requesting that the Commission make 2 changes that would respect county lines and continue to provide the Ripon community the strongest voice advocating for our issues. We're requesting that the southern boundary of congressional district map, the South San Joaquin, be adjusted to include the city of Ripon. Also requesting that the Senate district, South Sac Stanislaus, I believe it is meant to be, to also include the city of Ripon. And we are no longer included in the ECA as the only San Joaquin County city.
15 seconds.
We appreciate the commissioner's consideration in making this change. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have unique ID 091, and then up next after that will be caller 3535. Unique ID 091, I'll be promoting you now. (091), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Hina Ahmad, and I'm speaking on behalf of the State Senate Orange County draft maps. I live in Orange County, and I work at the South Asian Network in Artesia. We're a nonprofit organization that provides public benefits, application assistance, as well as citizenship, mental health therapy, and domestic violence case management. I just wanted to start off by thanking the Commission for all of your hard work. As a South Asian American living in Orange County, I would like to state my reasoning for keeping La Palma, Cypress, Buena Park, and Artesia and Cerritos in an Orange County-based community. There's a large South Asian community in Orange County, including myself, that crossed over to Los Angeles County to receive culturally specific services, South Asian groceries, and to visit cultural centers in the area. I appreciate the Commission's shift in and around the Santa Ana area toward a configuration similar to the federal Voting Rights Act districts at the Assembly and congressional levels, and I'm really pleased that Little Arabia is whole in that district. We do, with the People's Commission, want to flag that this district divides the Amemsa communities spanning South Buena Park, Orange County, and Cerritos, and Artesia in Los Angeles County. While the Amemsa community would prefer to remain whole in an Orange County district, community leaders.
Thank you.
Oh, hold on one moment, Chair.
Oh,
looks like it was.
We got dropped.
Yeah, it was a connectivity issue. She's popped out and in right now.
Got it.
091, you did lose connection. I don't know if you were still there. You popped back in. Oh.
Hello?
091? There you are.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. Go ahead and finish.
Okay. I just wanna. I think I'm hoping you heard me all, so I'll just stop there and say thank you.
Thank you. If you feel that there's a the last section we're able to take that, you still had some allotted time. We didn't realize you dropped off.
Okay. So I just want to emphasize that any changes to the map should be made without major changes to the district in and around Santa Ana, Westheim, and South Fullerton. You're almost there in Orange County, and we just wouldn't want to take steps backwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And right now we will be going to caller 3535, and then up next after that will be caller 8852. Caller 3535, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi.
Thank you so much. This is Supervisor Chris Lopez representing Monterey County's 3rd District. And I want to start by saying that I'm speaking in a unified voice for my communities. Yesterday, we had a press conference which included supervisors from the County of San Benito, the County of Monterey, as well as the mayors of Salinas, Greenfield, King City, Soledad, the vice mayor of the city of San Juan Bautista, as well as the mayor of King City. We spoke together to say that what we would like to see in these maps is a unified connection of the Salinas Valley. Currently, the maps on the congressional map punch out the community of Soledad down to 101. Our communities are farm worker communities, and for one to be selected out and sent to the coastal congressional seat, and the rest of us to be put into a district that now is primarily made up of downtown San Jose, is painful for us. We fought for our community to be represented by Latinos. We've had historic cases come out of Monterey County. We were historically a pre-clearance county for the Voting Right Act, the Voters' Right Act, and at this point, the maps that have been put out for the Senate, Assembly, and congressional districts divide us down the Salinas Valley. Our community is feeling the pain of this proposal and is asking you to reconsider. Yesterday, 25 elected leaders came together to hold a press conference to make this ask of your commission. And so as we look at this, the clear request is this: please keep Salinas, Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, King City, the communities of San Lucas, San Nardo, Bradley, Lockwood, and San Benito's rural communities, which are also agriculturally based, in a single district for all of the above seats, our congressional, our assembly, and our Senate seats. We appreciate your consideration and want you to know that the proposal we feel is deeply flawed and hope you'll do some work to help us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now, we'll be going to caller 8852. And up next after that, will be caller 6032. And I'd like to invite those that have just called in to please press star 9, indicating you have called in to give comment this evening. Please press star 9. This will raise your hand. Caller 8852, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commission. And I'm Graciela Ortiz, Mayor of the City of Huntington Park in Southeast Los Angeles. I'm here to speak on draft Assembly Districts maps, specifically the current Assembly District 59 map, which includes South Los Angeles, Huntington Park, Walnut Park, and is currently over a 75% Latino population. The current draft maps gerrymander our community and manipulate the numbers by decreasing the Latino CVAP by almost half and silencing our Latino voices. For decades, the Latino communities have fought to have representation that is reflective of our communities in Sacramento. Our communities of Walnut Park, Florence, Firestone, and Huntington Park have a lot in common, and we have worked together to organize and advocate for our communities. With your proposed maps, you're dividing us. For example, during the pandemic, the City of Huntington Park provided Walnut Park, Florence, Firestone, and parts of South LA with food and much-needed supplies. They also delivered hot meals and groceries to local senior citizens and to the most vulnerable members of our communities. Our Assembly District needs to include South Los Angeles, that should be bordered by the 110 freeway to the west, the 10 freeway to the north, all the way to the City of Huntington Park, or Maywood to the east. I ask you not to silence our Latino voices, as our population numbers speak for themselves. Representation matters. Thank you for all that you're doing with the redistricting process. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
And right now, we'll have caller 6032. And up next after that will be caller 3700. Caller 6032, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo. As Supervisor Lopez just stated, dozens of elected officials and community leaders from both Monterey and San Benito counties came together at a press conference yesterday to urge you to completely rework your draft maps for the Monterey Bay region for Congress, State Senate, and State Assembly. It's egregious that our local communities have been divided and diluted, and the political power shifted elsewhere, despite the fact that our communities in both counties share a common interest as a Monterey Bay region and in being in the same congressional district. The proposed Senate district map also shifts power away from Salinas and excludes Merced. And there's an egregious division of our Salinas Valley rural communities in the proposed assembly district, despite that all the cities and all the rural unincorporated communities are currently in the same district, a district I used to represent. These are communities that share a rich common agricultural economy and are home to tens of thousands of essential farm workers that often don't have a voice in these reapportionment matters. Monterey County was one of only 3 counties subject to the Section 5 of the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965 that required the Department of Justice to pre-clear any changes to electoral boundaries in our county to ensure that disenfranchisement of Latino voters did not occur. But unfortunately, that law was struck down by the Supreme Court as unconstitutional, and a new formula for the Voting Rights Act has yet to be approved by Congress. But it is now incumbent that the Commission pay closer attention to these concerns for Monterey County's rural and Latino communities and correct these draft maps that are completely unacceptable and unjust to our local communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 3700, and up next after that will be caller 8359. Caller 3700, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Betty Wilson. I am the Executive Director for the Business Council. We are calling in regarding Zone F Draft Senate Map dated 11/10/21. We would like to thank the commissioners for for listening to our broad community coalition that reached out, and our community is very pleased with our draft Senate map. This map will allow us equal representation and allow our community to stay together as requested. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 8359, and up next after that will be caller 6524. I'd like to invite Unique ID 051 as you have just joined. If you are ready and present to give comment, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. Right now we will go to caller 8359. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. I just want to thank you for taking the time to do the right thing for our communities. My name is Marta Escobedo. I'm still a community leader, and I'm also part of the Florence Bison Community Organization. I'm calling just to let you know that we really appreciate the fact for you to write the right draft for our map for our communities. Since we have been always being neglected, and it is really sad to know that it takes like every 10 years to make a change. And hopefully this time it will be the right change for us. We are a community that is all the time trying to make things better for our own residents, but unfortunately, and it's sometimes kind of, I don't know, I'm in shock to see that not that many people know about what's going on with these maps and all the things that are going with our county representatives or our government representatives. So I think it will be an issue for the next time within 10 years. And God knows if we're going to still be alive, but at least for the people to know that it's always good to do planning and to make sure that it follows through. It is really important for the new people that are becoming adults and that they are, going and then making a good society for our own lifestyles here in this state, in this wonderful state of California. So thank you very much for all your efforts, and I hope it really follows through. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, right now, thank you so much. And right now we have caller 6524, and up next after that will be caller 8993. I'd like to invite those that have just called in to please use the raise hand option, or to please press *9 to raise your hand. and 051, I do see your raised hand from the raise hand option. So caller 6524, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I am Spencer Sias, that's spelled S-P-E-N-C-E-R. Last name is S-I-A-S. I'm a 65-year resident of Marin County, San Anselmo, and this is the place we've raised 2 children. I'm calling with regard to Congressional District number 2 and the Senate District in the North Coast. My family has 5 generations in this community, which stretches from Marin up north through Petaluma to a ranch in Mendocino, where we've celebrated Thanksgiving for years. And as a boy, I worked on a family Christmas tree farm on a portion of Tony Brazil's dairy farm next to Muir Woods. What I'm asking for here is fair representation for my community of interest. I was concerned by early maps severing Marin from Sonoma County. Marin's ties to Sonoma and the coast are much stronger than to Lake, Napa, or Solano counties. Now, I'm extremely grateful and thankful to see new maps showing Marin and Sonoma, as well as the North Coast counties, retied into a continuous district where we share common interests related to water, transportation, agriculture, fishing, tourism, and more. Let me focus on water. Marin and Sonoma share a watershed that stretches north from Mount Tamalpais up to the Russian and Eel rivers. We need one another to get through this drought and to establish diversified, resilient sources of water for the long term. Marin Municipal Water District in the North Marin Water District rely on supplies from the Sonoma County Water Agency for 25% and 75% of their water, respectively. Marin is looking at helping Sonoma to develop its aquifers for increased storage capacity that would serve all of our communities. Maintaining the integrity of this community is critical to our chances of improving the long-term reliability of our mutual water supplies. Potentially, we could work together on a regional desalination plant that links to all of our counties with a drought-proof water supply. We stand a better chance when dealing with water and all of our issues if we remain united. Thanks again for letting me speak with you.
Thank you.
And right now we will caller 8993, and then up next after that will be unique ID 051. Caller 8993, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. Thank you. Hi, this is my name is Ann Walsh of Nevada City, California, and my comments concern the Senate District Placer Ed draft map boundaries. As a Western Nevada County resident, I want to emphasize the interdependence of Western Nevada County with Western Placer County. If you have ever driven up Interstate 80 towards the Tahoe area, you know the journey crisscrosses between these two counties multiple times. Nevada and Placer County share a great number of area resources, share the same concerns such as wildfire, such as, CAL FIRE and economic development, and the challenges that have experienced strong population growth and rely heavily on tourism. To put it plainly, our two counties are strongly aligned and belong together if we want the area to be governed officially. And like that previous caller said, water supply is a major issue. I need to reemphasize Nevada County and Placer County share an inordinate amount of community, local, state, and federal resources. Nevada County, much like Placer County, have strong ties to the eastern Sacramento area, and we are actively a bedroom community and a retirement destination and are demographically aligned. While I harbor no ill will to the counties of the North, we have little in common with the rural and agricultural regions of the North. Their regional priorities are goals and difference that are those of Nevada County. Please do not dilute our proud and strong community of Western Nevada County. Our community's interests are tied to the Sacramento region. And so thank you for your time and consideration in potentially repositioning the Western Nevada County region into the Senate District Placer ED draft area and removing it from Senate District Norca draft area. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And right now we'll have unique ID 051, and up next after that will be caller 5672. I'd like to invite those that have called in to please press *9, as those are my only two hands at this time. So those that have called in, please press *9 if you have called in to give comment. Unique ID 051, I will be promoting you now.
This is John Munson, and I have a quick congressional district comment. How congressional districts are drawn that include the federal public land, like the Angeles National Forest, determines who has a voice in their management or in seeking new resources. We've mentioned this to you before, and I believe you agree with us. The new draft maps, SFV and Glenn BA inexplicably do not include the Angeles National Forest to their north, as do the current day districts 28 and 29. This cuts off 1.5 million people from being in a district with national forest in them, as they currently are now. Again, we presume this is accidental. The forest needs all of the stewards it can as they face climate change, drought, lack of resources, and protected wildlife corridors promote climate adaptations. So that means that you need to extend the districts above the cities of Sylmar, Lakeview Terrace, and Tahunga north into the national forest so that those new districts are represented. Currently, they're devoted to current District 25 or AV Santa Clarita Valley, new Santa Clarita Valley District. But remember that that district already contains to its west 100,000 acres of national forest, and it will already have a representative that will represent those interests. Most of the visitors come not from Santa Clarita to the main section of the Angeles National Forest, don't come from Santa Clarita, they come from the south, the major population centers to the south. There's very few visitors to from the Antelope Valley in the north to the south. Reason for that? There are very few entrances from the north or the west, from Antelope Valley or Santa Clarita to that main section of the Angeles National Forest. They're all located where the people are, which is all of the cities from Sylmar east to Rancho Cucamonga. So again, this is an important correction, and it's actually pretty easy to make because there's no people living there. We're asking the correction to be made. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have, Chair, would you like to make an announcement real fast?
Absolutely. Thank you, Katie. Just as a reminder to our listening public, if your intention is to call in and provide public input today, you must do so prior to 8 p.m. when the lines were closed. After 8 p.m., you will not be able to connect with us. So we want your input. Call in. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Right now we will have caller 3225, and then up next after that will be caller 6898. And I'd like to invite those that have called in to please press star 9 to raise your hand. Caller 3225, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. And one more time, caller with the last 3225. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Yes, I want to thank the commission for all of your tireless effort and hard work done so far in regard to this redistricting. Being a 50-year resident of Kern County myself, I want to encourage the commission to seek ways to keep Kern County separated from Fresno County. The two regions, although they're 100 plus miles apart, they're decades apart in their commonalities. There's really no cultural connection or historical connections. And unfortunately, if they were combined, it would be a forced competition, really, for very scarce funds. We have a unique oil basis and industrial basis here in Kern County, and our agriculture actually is quite different than the Fresno County area. And so I want to make sure that everything that I've worked for and strived for here in Kern County doesn't get taken away through extending representation and combining it with that Fresno County. So I'm asking that you guys would keep us separate, that we would have really a much more common interest with Tulare County to our immediate north.
30 seconds.
And I just thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 6898, and then up next after that will be caller 4233. Caller 6898, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Karina Macias. I'm a council member for the city of Huntington Park, and I want to address the Assembly Gateway Cities Region draft map. The current draft map, unfortunately, not only does it connect Huntington Park to cities like Lakewood and Hawaiian Gardens that have very distinct community needs and priorities compared to the Southeast cities, but most importantly, it disconnects us from our surrounding community. It is imperative that the Southeast is not only together, but the district needs to include South Los Angeles bordered by the 110 freeway to the west, the 10 freeway to the north, City of Linwood to the south, and City of Maywood to the east. These are communities that have common priorities and common needs to the city of Huntington Park. The current draft silences the Latino community's voices. I urge you to not make the same mistake that the LAUSD redistricting has done in this area and close the door on true representation. I urge you to take the time in this region because any movements in the assembly district in this area, not to mention also congressional, can heavily impact the lives of thousands of families in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 4233, and then up next after that will be caller 4599. Caller 4233, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioners. I would also like to thank you for all of your time and dedication to this important effort. I am speaking to the maps of ADMB CV, the Coachella Valley, please, proper. Okay, thank you very much. I am also commenting as I have been a part of this process since April. I have testified many times. I live in La Quinta, California, and it is imperative that our community be held together. And if you can see from this map, it's almost like a giant finger right up through the middle of our community. In fact, I can't even really tell if my town is in the green district or the blue district. But right across the street from me is the town of Indio, which would be in another assembly district. The Coachella Valley is a resort and agricultural community that starts in the Santa Rosa Mountains in Palm Springs and really goes all the way to the Palo Verde Valley to the east. Right now, you have La Quinta connected with Yucaipa, and those communities have nothing to do with one another. That area to the west has nothing to do with tourism, has nothing to do with agriculture. And in fact, I think one of your efforts was to try to keep the Imperial, Coachella, and Palo Verde agricultural regions together, which really doesn't explain why that finger goes up into Desert Hot Springs, because there is no agriculture north of Indio in this valley. I also don't understand why there is the extreme disparity in the ethnic separation. In one of the districts, there's 63% white, and in the other one, there's 58% Latino. Both of those more than twice dominating any other racial group in the community. I just implore you, I am frustrated. I've testified so many times, as has many others, that our community needs to stay together. We have the Association of Governments that works on community projects, all of the Coachella Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 4599, and then up next after that will be caller 5672. Caller 4599, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Steve Quinones, the leader and resident of the Florence Carson community in South LA. I'm here to speak on the draft Assembly District map, currently Assembly District 59, that has over a 75% Latino population. With your proposed maps, we will lose our Latino voice. in our communities of Walnut Park, Florence Firestone, and Huntington Park have a lot in common, and we have worked together to organize and advocate for our communities. With your proposed maps, you are dividing us. Please keep us together. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we have caller 5672, and up next after that will be caller 2554. Caller 5672, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Janet Mulder, and I've been an elected member of the Homel-Del-Zura Community Planning Group since its inception in the 1970s, charged with giving land use opinions to our San Diego Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors on land use. We've lived in Homel for almost 50 years, and I grew up in San Diego County for another 30 years, and I'm terribly concerned that you would think that our rural communities should be separated from other rural communities as they now exist and would have more in common with the city like Chula Vista is, where we've been put in one of the maps, or you combine us with North Park and allow the district to go from coast to Imperial County. You know, the problem is that rural areas such as Homel and Del Zura have much in common with other rural areas such as Alpine, Ramona, Lakeside, Julia, and those even up further north, as they have so much more common in their mutual concerns and solutions to problems. One of the most difficult problems is that of the dangers of fire and the difficulties evacuating on our 2-lane roads in the event of wildfires. This is totally different problems than those of urban areas. In fact, the problems are all quite different and challenging for us to handle even today, when most of the backcountry folks are gathered together under like one state congressman, or when most of us also are one senator. To combine the rural, heavily wooded areas with the density of the city of Chula Vista or North Park makes little or no sense, as their problems are totally different.
30 seconds.
How much wiser it is to have the unincorporated backcountry areas clustered together under one or two districts rather than split all apart and try to blend them in with all the cities. They have extraordinarily different needs and problems and would have a great difficulty even being heard with the clamor of voices coming from the cities. Thank you so much for all of your help. Please recognize that rural communities have very different needs and problems, and please, in all of your state.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 2554. And then our last hand and caller for the evening will be caller 0378. Caller 2554, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi. Good evening, commissioners. I'm a resident of Manteca, and I want to speak to the State Assembly map, which is the current district of District 5. And I was very saddened to see the proposed district map, State Senate district map, and it's stretching all the way up to Sacramento and Elk Grove. Our needs we're pretty much at the bottom of the map, Manteca is, and I fear that we will have very little say in putting forth our needs, which are quite different from highly populated city like Sacramento and Elk Grove. We have public transportation needs, job needs, agricultural needs, and water needs that are different from them. And and we are also being cut off from Tracy in this new map, which we have a lot in common with and have connections with it, working cooperation with them regarding these issues of transportation and water. I would like the District 5 to remain the same as it is. It has worked and we're getting results, and Manteca is designated a disadvantaged community. We need strong representation in our state Senate. And this will only happen if our district is composed of communities and counties that have common interests and needs and a history of cooperation and working together to solve problems. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
And our last but not least wonderful caller, 0378. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so very much for all of the commissioners who have been serving our state and doing this very difficult job. Today, I am concerned about our need to really be sensitive about the various different cultures that are California. Certainly, we have different cultures that have great numbers. Nobody has a number over 50%, which means that as we look, we have to look very sensitively and culturally, developing districts that create an opportunity for as many people as possible to participate. In some of these districts, we must keep communities together, but some of these districts, in keeping them together, should be a multicultural kind of mix as it currently exists in many of the existing districts. There seems to be an insensitivity to certain cultures, and probably not purposefully so. We have a void in leadership on the commission, and it's nobody's fault, but it exists and it's real. For example, in the South LA area, we have no African-American male that's Democrat on the committee in the South area. And yet over 90% of the African-American males are Democrats in the South LA area. Why do we say that? Why is that important? Because some of the thinking is similar. Some of the value is similar. We have packed Latinos into the 59th, and we have cracked Blacks out of it. We have disproportionately proposed to not have an African-American represent the Marina area, which is definitely a multicultural area along with various cultures in the 63rd Assembly District, and keep the 30th Senate District and the Senate 35 District the same. We only have 2 African-Americans in the
Thank you.
And that was all of our callers, Chair.
Well, being that we have exhausted our call-ins for the evening, I would like to thank California for all of their input. It is invaluable and tantamount to our deliberation. So I thank California for all that you have provided. And guess what, commissioners? We are going to do this all again tomorrow. So tomorrow, bright and early, 10 a.m., we will have another feedback input meeting regarding our Board of Equalization draft maps, starting with session 1, then session 2 and 3, and into public comment. We are accepting, or we are taking input, feedback regarding any district, any draft map that you want to speak on. So without hearing any other objections, I know we all want to contemplate the information received and get on with their evening so that we can be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for tomorrow. I will bring this meeting to a close and recess until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Good job, commissioners.